Sure thing. Did you know that the Kuruma Cup racing cars are known for their surprising agility despite their boxy appearance? It's like watching a turtle unexpectedly winning the race against the super sleek sports cars. Truly a lesson in that looks can be deceiving. Hey there, Everlasting Apex! Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI car action. Hope you're ready for some virtual racing chaos. Well, looking at these stats, it seems like Everlasting Apex is quite the underdog with only one win out of 40 races, and a pretty modest rank. Meanwhile, Hingle McCringleberry has a massive amount of experience with 2,400 races, and nearly 200 wins, and a higher rank to boot. Based purely on those numbers, I'd put my money on Hingle McCringleberry to take the victory. But you never know with racing. Sometimes the underdog throws in a surprise. We'll see if Everlasting Apex can defy the odds today. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuit Lebanon with Nwu for Life on pole, driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Let's see if they can keep that lead or if the AI cars have other plans. The race kicks off with Nwu for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrom in second place, and Everlasting Apex holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Amy is also moving up to fifth. The battle for fourth is heating up between Amy and Everlasting Apex. Looks like a close one. Everlasting Apex and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for third place. Dirok Official just gained one spot and is now in fifth. Amy and Dirok Official are also fighting hard for fifth. Maya is holding steady in sixth place. Rome Spider just overtook one car to move into seventh. Scott Dixon is climbing 2 spots to 8. Amy is now in 5th, closing in on the top 4. The Kuruma Cup cars seem evenly matched, but the circuit's tight turns probably favor skill over raw speed, keeping the top spots close. Scott Dixon is in 10th place with a 2019 IPS Kuruma D. Looks like he's hanging in there but not making much noise. Skozarups is in 7th place driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma tie. Their race seems steady but no sign of overtakes yet. Kickass Lady X3 is driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma, just like everyone else. Looks like she's holding steady in 11th place, so no dramatic moves yet. Pippi Langstrup is in 2nd place driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Looks like they're holding steady and staying close to the leader. No major moves yet. Lord Zekritsby is in 16th place with a car that's probably not winning any beauty contests. Their race looks like a slow crawl at this point. Gina Jones is in the 14th place, driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Her fastest lap is just over 25 seconds, so she's not exactly setting the pace, but hanging in there. Pippi Langstrup is still holding 2nd place in her IPS Kuruma. Her car is performing well with a fastest lap of 1:23.327, just behind the leader. Looks like she's keeping the pressure on the front. Amy's in 6th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 24 seconds, and 88 milliseconds. Her car is holding steady but not quite catching the top 5. Looks like she's trying to keep it smooth. Amy's in 6th place with a fastest lap of 1:24.888. Her car is holding steady, but she's a bit behind the leaders and trying to catch up. Everlasting Apex is holding a slight edge over Hingle McCringleberry, but with only 1 lap to go, anything can happen. Hingle might be saving some for a late push. Lord Zekritsby is in 16th place, with a time of 1 minute 25 seconds and 30 milliseconds. Their car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, which is holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a quiet race for now. Nanaif is leading the race in a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Their fastest lap is a 1:22.504, so they're clearly setting the pace. Looks like they're comfortably ahead for now. Wow, look at that. No for life. Just took the victory. Guess they're the ones to beat now, huh? Well done to New for Life for taking the checkered flag. That was a dominant performance. Hats off to you. And congratulations to the fastest lap holder, Hingle McCringleberry, for snagging the 2019 IPS Kuruma. Nice work winning the bet race too, Hingle. And Scott Dixon with the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 2019 IPS Kuruma as well. Looks like everyone who performed well gets a shiny new car. Here's a fun fact for you. Shifter karts are basically the roller coasters of the racing world. They have a gear shifting system that lets the driver change gears just like a real race car, which is pretty wild considering they're tiny go-karts. It's like giving a little pocket-sized race car the ability to dance through the gears, making the races even more thrilling. Well, with both drivers being somewhat mystery guests at this point. It's a real toss-up. Given that they're both in the same model of kart and racing at Villarreal, it's probably going to come down to who handles the course better, or maybe just who's luckier with the traffic. I'd say watch out for the one who's more aggressive on the corners but still keeps it smooth. Those are usually the winners here. But honestly, it's anyone's race until the checkered flag drops. Hey Amin-san. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI car races because things are just about to get exciting. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Villarreal circuit, and leading the pack is the Renault T4 in a classic 2012 shifter kart. Starting out from the front, let's see if that old school charm can hold off the competition. Renault T4 is leading the race with a strong start. Apex Milkbag is holding second place, trying to keep up. D39 is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Scott Dixon just moved up one spot to take fourth place. GM and Prime and Dixon are nose to nose for that position. Wrestling 567 and Pippi Langstrom are also locked in a close fight for seventh. Fish the Husky is making a strong push, climbing up to 9th place. Maya is having a rough patch, dropping 10 spots to 19th. B39 and Apex Milkbag are locked in a fierce duel for second place. V39 and Apex Milkbag are nose to tail for second place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Gina Jones and Neerab Starks are battling hard for 17th. Pippi Langstrom just snatched the lead from the others. Scott Dixon and Lil Sprout are both climbing fast, already in the top 4. Things are heating up behind them. Amy is on a roll, now in 6th place after 3 quick overtakes. Nufulai is also making moves, climbing to 7th after a similar surge. Scott Dixon is having a tough time, dropping back to 10th. Looks like he's lost some ground. Scott Dixon is slicing through the field, now in 5th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Nulabai, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. GM Prime has climbed into 2nd place, making a nice little jump. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 5 cars. Ned Zero Stocks is making a move too, now in 12th after passing 3. Scott Dixon is having a tough time, dropping 15 spots to 20. Apex Milkbag is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11. Amy and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 6. Gina Jones is chipping away at Fish the Husky, closing the gap by a full second. Lil Sprout is gaining ground on Move for Life and has cut the gap by nearly 3 seconds. They're locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Hippie Langstrumpf is closing in on me, reducing the gap by 7.2 seconds. Amy is climbing 2 spots to take 5th place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are in a tight battle for 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move to take the lead. Move for Life is not far behind, climbing up to 2nd place after overtaking 5 cars. Hot Bolognese is gaining ground, moving up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Nonstop Starks is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 7th. Nouveau Life is having a tough time, dropping 9 positions to 11th. Nonstop Starks is holding on to 7th place, but Amy is right behind, looking for a way past. Scott Dixon is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 14. V89 is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 15. Gina Jones is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Hikari Hamzan is closing in on Mutwolf, now just 5.9 seconds behind. Nonstop Starks has climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry has also moved up 1 spot to 10. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing to 11th place. V39 has moved up to 14th. Scott Dixon and BD39 are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Gina Jones is closing in fast on Fish to Husky, chipping away at that 8.8 second gap. Gina Prime has just claimed the top spot. Fish to Husky is climbing 2 places to 3rd. Wrestling 567 just made a bold move to take the lead from Gina on Prime. Gina Prime and Wrestling 567 are now nose to tail fighting for 1st place. Hot Bolognese is chopping down the distance to Apex Milkbag, now just 1 second behind. Congratulations to Renault T4 on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well-deserved victory. Congratulations to GMN Prime on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for doing the most overtakes. Gina, you can claim a 2012 shifter car. Great job everyone. This race just keeps getting more exciting. Absolutely. Did you know the 1970 Alfa Romeo GTAC was famous for its lightweight design and incredible agility? It was built for racing, and its success on the track made it a legend among car enthusiasts. Plus, with its distinctive sound and racing pedigree, it's basically the diva of classic racing cars. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost done. So make your choice before all the good ones are gone. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Sunboard Bowie in a classic 1962 Triumph TR3, being Gina Jones in a vintage 1973 Alpine A110-1800. Both are stylish but also pretty different beasts. The Triumph has that old school charm and a decent engine, but it's probably not the fastest in a race scenario. The Alpine, on the other hand, is known for its agility and lightweight design, so I'd lean toward Gina's car being a tad more competitive in a race. However, since these are AI-driven drivers, it might come down more to the programming than the cars themselves. Still, I'd put my chips on Gina's Alpine coming out ahead, probably taking the lead early on and holding it. But hey, with AI, anything can happen, could turn into a fun surprise. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Cadegua Chicana A, and in pole position we've got Sunboard Bowie cruising in a classic 1962 Triumph TR3B. Let's see if that vintage ride can hold up. Sunboard Bowie has taken the lead right out of the gate. Gina Jones is holding second place, just ahead of Scott Dixon in third. Looks like a close battle already. Gina Jones is making a move to the front of the pack. New for Life and Pippi Langstrom are still neck and neck for fourth place. Yingluimi Kringleberry is climbing up to 8. New for Life just overtook someone to take fourth place. Looks like the battle for fourth is heating up between Pippi Langstrom and New for Life. Jordan F is climbing steadily to 6. Gamasta Tagamer 9000 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Kingrut is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. TPKPA is having a tough time, dropping 8 places to 23. TPKA is storming to the front, overtaking 22 cars to take the lead. Gina Jones and TPPPA are nose-to-nose fighting for first place. Vargala Svet and Vaitepsumbong 6 are locked in a close duel for 19. Vargala Svet is on a roll, climbing up to the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones has just claimed the top spot. Sumboard Bowie is right behind in second place, also moving up 1 position. Jordan F and Hingle Milkringleberry are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Spearlight K just snuck into 12th and Kingrut is right behind in 13. Jordan F is climbing to the 8th place. Vargala Svet is narrowing the distance to Amundsen. TPKA is gaining on Strutting Jarl with a 3.1 second reduction. Pippi Langstrom and Mufalife are nose to tail for 4th place. Jordan F just gained 1 spot and is now in 8. Looks like I'm eyeing that 8th spot too. Jordan F. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place. Leum is gaining on Kikasledi X3, closing the gap by over a second. TPKPA is hot on Strutting Jarl's tail, closing in by a little over a second and a half. Vargala Svet is really closing the gap on Zotsfire. They're now just over a second apart. Kikasledi X3 is making moves and has climbed 1 spot to take 18th place. Kikasledi X3 and Amundsen are nose-to-nose fighting for 17th place. Kikasledi X3 is climbing up to 17th place. Lord Buttrell is closing in on 19th place. Strutting Jarl is making moves to 21st. Gamasta Tigamini 1000 is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be struggling with their lap times, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Vargala Svet is driving a Hillman Imp from 1967. They're currently in the top half of the second group, holding the 16th spot overall. Looks like they're making steady progress with a decent lap time. Wow, Gina Jones just took the top spot. Looks like someone's been practicing their winning smile. Congrats. Wow, Gina Jones really outdid herself today. Congratulations on winning the race, you deserve it. And hey, with the fastest lap in hand, you can now claim that stunning 1973 Alpine, a 110 1800s. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Ruapuna Park has a mix of tight turns and quick chicanes, so a car that can sharply respond to steering inputs and maintain stability through corners would be ideal. Speed is important, but if the car can't control well around those twists and turns, it doesn't matter how fast it is on the straights. A balanced setup with good grip and responsive suspension would give the AI drivers the edge they need to optimize their lap times on this tricky circuit. Hey folks! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's about to run out on that choice, so don't miss your shot to see which AI rides to victory. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow! This is quite the classic showdown. The Isuzu Bellet GTR from 1968. Sounds like it's been through some history. Probably a bit of a speed demon back in the day. But the Hillman Imp from 1967, that's a tiny little car with a lot of charm, maybe even some surprising agility. Honestly, if we're talking raw speed and power, I'd lean towards Hingle McCringleberry and that vintage GTR. It's got a bit more muscle, and probably a more aerodynamic shape. But don't count out the Hillman Imp. Sometimes those underdogs can surprise us with their nimbleness. I'd say it's going to come down to the driver's strategy. And who can better handle the twists and turns of Ruapuna Park? But my gut says Hingle McCringleberry might just edge it out with that classic muscle car attitude. Alright folks, the race is underway at Ruapuna Park. Gina Jones is starting on pole with that classic 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I. Ton. Looks like she's got some vintage charm and hopefully some modern speed to back it up. Let's see how she does. Amin San has taken the lead right out of the gate. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place. Nuva Life is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. King Chu 22 just climbed one spot to 9th place. Detoxins also moved up one spot to 11th place. Mina Mai Styler 21 and Detoxinos are nose to nose for 11th place. Mr. Roche is now in 6th place, climbing one spot. Pippi Langstrumpf and Mr. Roche are battling closely for 6th. Detoxins and Double are fighting hard for 10th place. Maya is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, which is known for its sporty design and decent performance. Currently in 4th place, she's holding a solid position but not quite at the front yet. Looks like she's staying close but hasn't made a move for the lead. In Move for Life is driving a 1961 MG AG. They're currently in 3rd place, so their race looks steady, but not quite at the front yet. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 5th place. Double is closing in on Josh Biosh, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Mina Mais Tyler 21 is climbing up to 11th place, gaining 1 spot. Hingle is holding 6th, but Josh is right behind in 7th. Looks like a tight battle brewing. Maya is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, which is known for its sporty design and decent performance. Currently in 4th place, so not too shabby but still chasing the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1974 BMW 22. They are currently in 6th place, just behind the top 5. Looks like a solid mid-race position, but no real pressure yet. Double is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. They are currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the classic cars with good handling like Amundsen and Gina Jones. The slower lap times for some suggest grip might be an issue in certain sections. Scott Dixon is driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. He's currently in the 14th place, struggling to keep up with the leaders, and has the slowest lap of nearly 2 minutes. Looks like he's having a tough time staying competitive. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older nimble cars like the Austin Healey and Lotus Cortina, helping them stay ahead. The straights might be slightly less forgiving for the heavier models. King 22 is driving a 1968 Porsche 912R. They're currently in 8th place, just behind Josh Biosh and ahead of Mr. Roche. Looks like a solid middle of the pack run so far. King 22 is in a 1968 Porsche 912R. They're currently in 8th place and have a decent lap time, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a solid effort so far. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi are nose to tail for 5th. Detoxins is chipping away at Mina Mais Tyler 21's lead. now just over a second apart. Detoxins and Nonstop 21 are battling for 11th. Hippie Langström is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. King Chu 22 is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, also by about a second. Double is sneaking up on Mr. Roche, closing in by a second as well. Looks like everyone's in a hurry today. The Group 2 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track favors the lighter, nimble cars like the Austin Healey and Lotus Cortina. The heavier or less agile cars are struggling to keep up. The Group 2 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the lighter, more agile models, like the Austin Healey and Lotus Cortina. The heavier cars are struggling to keep pace on the twisty sections. Wow, San just won the race. Looks like they're really good at making the rest of us look slow. Congrats! Wow, what a race! Big congratulations to San for taking the win. Clearly, they were in the zone today. And hey, San also snagged the fastest lap. That's just the cherry on top. They can now proudly claim the classic 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark Oni. And let's not forget Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. That's a solid accomplishment, and they get to walk away with the vintage 1968 Isuzu Bellet GTR. Well done to both drivers. Looks like we've got some pretty sweet rides heading their way. Sure, the 1971 Ferrari 312 was built specifically for endurance racing, and was actually a pretty legendary car in the world of sports cars. It's fun to know that it was the first Ferrari to feature a flat 12 engine, which gave it a unique sound and performance. Plus, it was part of Ferrari's attempt to dominate in the World Sports Car Championship during that era. So basically, it's like the car version of a fierce competitor who loves to make a lot of noise and turn heads. Wow, we've got quite the classic versus vintage battle here. The Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 TT12 is known for its agility and lightness, making it a sneaky contender on a technical track like Road Atlanta. Meanwhile, the Porsche 936, being more of a legendary Le Mans car, probably has raw power and top-end speed on its side. If Sassiter's Porsche hits its stride, I'd say it's got the edge in straight-line speed. But if Amy's Alpha can stay nimble through those challenging turns and maintain precision, she might just outmaneuver the Porsche in the corners. It's a toss-up, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Porsche because of its reputation for top-tier performance in endurance racing. Still, with cars like these, the race will come down to driver finesse and track conditions. Let's see what happens. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Road Atlanta. Gina Jones is on pole, cruising in a classic 1971 Ferrari 312-8B. This should be interesting to watch. Gina Jones is leading the race, sitting comfortably at the front. Juana Baquito is right behind her in second place trying to catch up. Maricas is in third, not far off the pace but definitely chasing the top two. Amy just overtook someone to take fourth place. Sasatura is closing in on Maya for sixth. Looks like a fun little scrap for that position. Gasatura and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for fifth place. Mutube just gained one spot and is now eighth. Toucan's Flora and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 11th. Maricas just overtook someone to grab second place. Juana Baquito and Maricas are nose-to-nose fighting for that second spot. Sasatura is climbing up to fifth, inching closer to the front. Maya is climbing up to fifth place. Mutube is now in seventh. Iron Cross Wooden Cross has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. Just Shaneth is climbing up to 23rd place. Yama Priest is also making progress, now 25th. No sign of a slowdown yet. Tessa Strili just overtook Justinette and is now in 23rd place. They're nose to nose, so this could get interesting. Epic Sugar is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 30. King Chu 22 and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 12th. Yakiram is climbing up one spot to 21st. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Sasatura and Mutube are nose to tail for 6th. Amy is now in 3rd, closing in on the leaders. Move for Life is climbing up to 9th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 13th. Anything else happening on the track? Tasatura and Mutube are neck and neck for 6th place. Yama Priest is closing in on Just Janet Deeve, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Yama Priest and Just Janet Deeve are battling it out for 22nd place. Ignorite is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom and King Chu 22 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Zero Team Live and Cyrelia are battling it out for 18th. Sasatura and Degenerate are neck and neck for 7th place. King Chu 22 just gained one spot and is now in 11th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and King Chu 22 are fighting hard for the 11th position. Wurwave is climbing up to 7th place. King Chu 22 is also making moves, now in 9th. King Chu 22 and Zasatur are nose to nose for 8th. King Chu 22 and Zasatur are nose to nose for 8th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Scott Dixon is climbing up one spot to 14th. Hippie Langstrom is on a roll, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tube is having a rough time, dropping 9 positions to 15th. Wafer Life is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Hey Naiba, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We're about to watch some AI cars race, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Wow, Gina Jones just won the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Gina Jones. What an incredible victory. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. You really showed some impressive skill out there. And look at that. Gina also took the fastest lap. I guess she's got the need for speed and the perfect timing. Now she gets to add a classic 1971 Ferrari 312 BD to her collection. Amy, you were the queen of the bet race, so enjoy your 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33T12. That's a beauty. And to New for Life, the master of overtakes. You really kept the action lively and earned yourself the 1971 Ferrari 312 at BB as well. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what these AI drivers pull off next time. Alright everyone, time is almost up, so make your final choices. If you want to see your favorites race, better get those selections in now before it's too late. Don't say I didn't warn you when your car doesn't get picked. Alright, this is a classic showdown between two vintage legends. Esley's driving the Tyrrell 007, which is a beautiful piece of racing history. It's known for its solid handling and reliability. On the other hand, Catgirl TM has the Hesketh 308D, a car that's a bit more quirky but with unique charm and potentially surprising speed. Given the track is Bode International Circuit with its long straightaways and challenging corners, I'd say Esley's Tyrrell might have a slight edge because of its sleek design and proven track record from that era. But don't count out Catgirl TM just yet. Heskeths are known for their playful agility. It's a close call, but I'll put my bets on Esley's Tyrrell to inch out a victory, though it's going to be a tight race. Alright everyone, Ogswolfie is starting on pole in the F1 1976 class, cruising in a classic Ensign on 76. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. Ogswolfie has taken an early lead. X-Lay is right behind in second, and Super Siggy is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. X-Lay just snatched the lead from the current front-runner. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing into fourth place. 40 Afro is making a move into fifth. Things are getting interesting up front. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast into third place. 40 Afro and Super Siggy are nose to tail, fighting for fourth. Amy is making a strong push into the top 20. The Afro just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Tanguducky TTV and Super Siggy are still nose to nose for fifth. Gina Jones is climbing up to seventh. Maya is closing in on the pack, now in seventh place. Tanguducky TTV is now in fifth, making a nice climb. Big Boy Bets has moved up to ninth, keeping the pressure on. Aminsun is stuck at 21st, losing ground. Afro just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to move into third place. They're nose to nose in that battle now. Hingle McCringleberry and Fort Afro are nose to nose for third place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 10th. Aminsun is inching closer to the top 20. The track's layout seems to favor the front runners with a straightforward design, but the real action is happening behind the leaders where overtakes are possible. Afro just overtook someone to move into second place. Ogswolfie and Afro are nose to nose for second. Tanguducky TTV and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for fourth. Hingle McCringleberry and Ogswolfie are nose to nose for third place. Gina Jones is closing in on Tanguducky TTV, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to take 8. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Maya is making her way to 9th. Connor Malady is sneaking into 11th. Tanguducky TTV just overtook someone to claim fourth place. Ogswolfie and Tanguducky TTV still neck and neck for that spot. Super Siggy is closing in on Gina Jones and has cut the gap by 2 quarter seconds. They're now fighting for sixth place. Maya is now in seventh place, climbing 2 spots. Catgirl TM is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf and has chopped the gap by a second. Ixnobodixel and Big Boy Bets are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 8th place after gaining 1 spot. Super Siggy and Pippi are nose to nose for 8th position. Scott Dixon has moved up to 11th place, closing in on the pack. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Amy has also gained 1 position. now sitting in 15th. Merchik and Leganidi are locked in a close fight for 16th. Maya is now just a second behind Gina Jumans. Scott Dixon has climbed to 9th place. Zupasigi and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. I am closing in on August Wolfe, the gap shrinking by a 2nd and a 3rd. Connor Malady is making moves to 11th. Scott Dixon is driving a Ligier JS5. He's currently in the 10th place, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes 10.677. Looks like he's hanging around the middle of the pack, but not making much noise. Wow. Edsley took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest of the pack. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Edsley on winning the race. That was an impressive run, truly showing some skill behind the wheel. Scott Dixon, you did an amazing job with the most overtakes today. You're now in the running to claim that vintage 1976 Ligier JS5. Keep up the great driving, everyone. This is getting more exciting with each lap. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, you better do it now before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to root for the top contenders in this race. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Helskank is behind the wheel of a 1971, March 71, Alfa Romeo Tar-E. That car has some history and a certain charm, but it's not exactly the latest tech marvel. On the other side, SS Davin Games is racing a 1971 B RMP 160. Both cars are from the same era, but with different engineering philosophies. Given the specs and the historical performance, I'd say the Alfa Romeo might have the edge in agility if it's well maintained. However, the BRMP 160 has a reputation for being a bit more powerful and stable at high speeds. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on SS Davin Games with the BRMP 160. Though, knowing these AI drivers, anything could happen. Might be a close call. or a surprising turn of events. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Alton Park Island with the F1 1971 cars. Big Boy Bets is on pole, cruising in a 1971 March 711 Ford. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Big Boy Bets has taken an early lead. Shoebox TV is right behind in second, and Igvathi is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Bubute is slicing through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shoebox TV has claimed the top spot and is holding firm. Big Boy Bets is not giving up, staying close and fighting for that lead. Looks like a showdown at the front. Igvathi is climbing to second place. Flinchek 21 is also moving up to third. Kyroscope is making a move to sixth. Hinga McCringleberry and Kyroscope are nose to tail for 6th place. James Mayo just gained a spot and is now 8th. Pippi Langstrup and Lin Lilac are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. James Mayo just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and James Mayo are still nose-to-nose for that spot. Linilak and Mahokaus are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Lin Lilek is really having a rough time dropping back to 24th. Flinchek 21 just gained 1 spot to 2nd place. Igvathi and Flinchek 21 are nose-to-nose fighting for the runner-up position. Bunnies Off Doom is holding the line, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a real race for that spot. Hellskank is holding on to 19th place, while SS Daven Games is in 18th. Not much room for overtaking, so they better hope for a mistake ahead. Mahokaus is driving a Surtees TS9, which is known for its balance and agility. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10, but no real moves yet. Bunnies Of Doom is driving a Matra M S120B, a car known for its aerodynamic design and lightweight build. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time among the top 20, so they might be just trying to stay on track rather than chase the leaders. Bubute is driving a Tyrrell 002, which is known for its balanced handling. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time, by far, and a position drop to 13. The F1 1971 cars are pretty evenly matched on this track, but the tight corners and high-speed sections at Alton Park Island seem to favor the more agile cars, like the Lotus 72D and Lotus 72C. The car class's influence is clear, with the top drivers pushing close to each other, while the slower cars struggle to keep pace on the fast section. Well, look at that shoebox TV taking the win at Alton Park Island. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Nice job. Wow! Shoebox TV really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race, you were definitely in the lead and showed everyone who's boss. Great job staying ahead and making it look easy. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1988 F1 cars were some of the last to feature turbocharged engines before the regulations shifted to naturally aspirated engines? It was like racing in the turbo era's roaring heyday, where every boost of pressure made the cars scream with extra power. So, in a way, those cars had a little turbocharged wild side that's become quite the collector's dream today. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down and your chance to pick the ultimate AI race car is slipping away. Make your pick before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright folks, this is quite the throwback showdown. We've got Bill the old guy in a vintage 1988 McLaren MP44, which is famous for its incredible success in Formula One history. On the other hand, Ashinuritan is steering a 1988 Ryla R C1. Not quite as legendary, but still a classic. The McLaren's probably got the edge in speed and aerodynamics thanks to its legendary design. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, but with some serious historical weight. The Riley RC1 might have a bit more quirks and character, but in a straight-up race I'd say the McLaren's going to take the lead early on and hold it. What do you think? Will nostalgia and design triumph, or will the underdog surprise us all? Hey Wayne Train 94, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time to witness these crazy AI cars racing. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Brands Hatch GP and Wei Flan is starting strong on pole, piloting a classic 1988 Aeros. A 10B. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the AI drivers are ready to make a move. Wei Flan has taken an early lead. Pippi Langstrup is holding second place, and Meg's Boring Life is in third. Looks like a close fight already. Smurf 20 is climbing nicely to third place. Hingo McCringleberry is gaining ground to 7th. Hingo McCringleberry and Amy are nose to nose for 6th. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Avildrino is also moving up to 8th place. Jordan F and Avildrino are nose to nose for 8th. Jordan F just climbed one spot to take 8th place. Scott Dixon and Avildrino are nose to nose fighting for 9th. Things are heating up there. Bill the old guy is starting behind a Shinritan, so he needs to find a way around quickly if he wants to win that bet. A Shinritan has a slight edge, but anything can happen in just 3 laps. Gina Jones is racing a Lotus 100T, which is known for its distinctive design and turbocharged engine. She's currently in the 14th position, so she's not quite making the headlines yet, but still in the mix. G. Makshay just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Scott Dixon and Avildrino are nose to nose for 9th. Aminsan and New for Life are swapping positions in the race for 11th. The F1 1988 cars on Brands Hatch GP are creating a tight battle with close positions. The track's technical corners and high-speed sections are favoring experienced drivers, but the car differences are keeping things unpredictable. Amy and Woo for Life are nose to tail for 11th place. Bill the old guy just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Meg's Boring Life and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Amin San is inching up to 11. Jordan F is climbing up to 6th place. Meg's Boring Life is not making it easy, still holding that position tight. Vaifuana is leading in her arrows at 10B, and she's been fastest on the track so far. Looks like she's got a solid grip on the race. Maya is driving a Nozella Ava 1L, same as Hingle McCringleberry and Jordan F. She's currently in 8th place, just ahead of Scott Dixon. Her fastest lap is a 1:29.014, which is pretty competitive given her position. Looks like she's making some moves. Smurf Winnie is driving a Tyrrell 017, starting from 5th and currently in 3rd. They're actually faster than their starting position and seem to be making some moves. Looks like they're on a decent pace today. Vaifuana is leading in a 1988 Arrows at 10B, and she's been the fastest on the track so far. Looks like she's got the pace and the position to stay at the front. Meg's Boring Life is stuck in 8th place with a slowest lap of 1 minute, 30 seconds, and 51 milliseconds. Their car is a Colony FC 188, which is not exactly a speed demon. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Pippi Langstrom is driving a McLaren MP44, starting in 2nd place. They're currently holding on to 2nd but are a bit slower than Weifuan at the front. Looks like they're trying to keep pace without making any risky moves. Congratulations, Weifuan. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Who knew you'd be taking the checkered flag today? Wow! Wave 1 really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep their winning streak going in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1968 Porsche 908 LH Coupe. It's a classic that's known for its incredible balance and speed on tracks like NOLA Motorsports Park. Plus, it has that legendary racing pedigree that could give it an edge over some of the more flamboyant or older ones. The Lola 70s and the Ferrari 330 P4 are tempting, but I think the Porsche's combination of agility and raw power might just push it ahead in this AI race. Alright everyone, you better pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't leave me here to pick for you. That's a dangerous game. Get those choices in or forever wonder what could have been. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lola T70 Mark On E Ford is a classic muscle car with some serious racing history behind it. It's known for its power and solid handling, especially for its era. On the other hand, the Lotus 40 is a lightweight, specialized racing machine with a reputation for agility and speed on twisty tracks. Considering NOLA Motorsports Park has both straightaways and corners, I'd say the Lola might have a slight edge in raw power for the straights. But the Lotus agility could help it carve through the turns more efficiently. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd put my money on the Lola for the win, mainly because of its brute strength. But don't count out the Lotus. It's a sneaky competitor that could pull a surprise. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at NOLA Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrom, driving a classic 1966 Lola T70 Mark On E Ford. Looks like this vintage beast is ready to show the moderns how it's done. Stay tuned! Pippi Langstrom is leading the race, followed by Amy in second place and me, Maya, in third. Looks like a fun chase already. Jacques Swishman 33 is climbing up to 5th place. Gina Jones and G.Chi Swishman 33 are nose-to-nose for 4th. Hinga McCringleberry and Vinha 17 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Gina Jones advances to third place. Vinha 17 and GT Swishman 33 are locked in a close fight for fifth. Reiko Haru G climbs to 19th. Reiko Haru G and Yaboy Rwanda are battling for 18th. Vinha 17 is climbing up to 5th place. Reiko Haru G is now in 18th. Looks like Vinha 17 is on a roll today. Down Klejo Show and Ixijax are neck and neck for the 16th spot. Reiko Haru G is slicing into Theun Klejo's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Down Klejo just overtook someone to move into 16th place. Reiko Haru G is also climbing up, now in 17th place. Ixijax and Reiko Haru G are nose to nose for the 17th spot. Looks like a close one. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Nu for Life and Amin San are nose to nose for 9th. Beats with Kef and Yaboy Rwanda are locked in a close fight for 19th. Captain Canadian is driving a 1977 Lancia Stratos HF, a classic rally car, Dortmund. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady, but not exactly charging forward. Nu for Life just overtook Amin-san, and now sits in 9th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that spot. JT Swishman 33 is driving a 1966 Jaguar XJ 13 ton. They're currently in 5th place, trying to hold on but not making much progress. Looks like a steady race for now. Scott Dixon is driving a 1966 Jaguar X J13 tonned. He's currently in 8th place and seems to be holding his own, but he's got some races ahead and behind him. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Pippi Langstrup is holding a solid lead, but Maya is right behind in 2nd place. If Maya can stay close, she might just have a shot at overtaking before the finish. Reiko G is racing a 1967 Simca Rally 2 Top. Their race looks tough, with a position just outside the top 10 and a slowest lap of over 2 minutes. Yaboy Rwanda is driving a 1972 BMW 2800 CS, which is known for its classic style and balanced handling. Their race seems to be struggling a bit as they are in the last group, and quite a few seconds behind the leaders. Inga McCringleberry is now in 5th place. Ye Chi Sven 33 has climbed to 6th. Scott Dixon is in 7th. Looks like everyone's eager to make a move today. Wow, Pippi Langstrup just won the race. Looks like she's got the speed and the spirit. Congrats on the victory! Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning. You really showed everyone how it's done. And a special shout out to Pippi for snagging the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. You get to claim that stunning 1966 Lola T70 Mark One Ford, a true classic. And hats off to Scott Dixon for being the king of overtakes today. With all those moves, you definitely earned that 1966 Jaguar X J13. Nice work, guys! This race just keeps getting more exciting. Sure thing. Did you know that the 2011 Dodge Ram was one of the first trucks to offer an optional Rambox cargo management system? That's right. It's like having a built-in storage unit in your bed that keeps your stuff safe and dry. Perfect for when you want to race and still carry all your snacks and gear. Alright, so we've got one a Bakito in a Toyota Tundra and James Mayo in a Chevrolet Silverado racing at Indianapolis Vintage. Both are trucks from the same year, which is interesting. But the real kicker is how those vehicles handle on a track like this. The Tundra is generally known for reliability and a decent turn of pace, but it's not exactly a racing machine. The Silverado, on the other hand, has that muscle and maybe a bit more torque. But again, it's really more of a workhorse than a race winner. Considering the track and the fact that it's vintage style, I'd give a slight edge to one a Bakito. The Toyota might have a tad better agility around corners compared to the Silverado's burly build. But honestly, at the end of the day, neither of these trucks are exactly track stars. Expect a fun, smoky showdown, but probably not a photo finish. But hey, that's what makes it entertaining. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the iconic Indianapolis Vintage track. Bubute is starting on pole with a classic 2011 Toyota Tundra, so let's see if that old-timer can hold off the newer competition. Official Class Alive has shot off into the lead. Bubute is holding strong in second place. Schoolbus Steffi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take the 22nd position. Scott Dixon just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Scott Dixon and U20 Place are nose to tail in a fierce fight for 4th place. Solicha Dominiti 1 is making a move, now in 15th place. Big Boy Betts and James Mayo are right behind, both climbing up 3 spots. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Scott Dixon and Schoolbus USDV are nose to tail for 3rd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th. And I'm locked in a close fight with Hickory Hamsam for 8th. Husky Hogue is closing in on Unknown Tactis, now just 13 seconds behind. Schoolbus Rustefi and Bubote are nose to nose for 2nd place. U20 Place has gained 1 spot and is now 5th. U20 Place and Scott Dixon are battling hard for 4th place. Scott Dixon is now in third place, inching closer to the leaders. Schoolbus Ostefi and Dixon are nose to tail fighting for that third spot. Gina Jones and Sputnik NZ are locked in a fierce duel for 6th. U20 Plays just overtook someone to move into third place. U20 Plays and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 2nd. Schoolbus Ostefi and Edu20 Plays are battling hard for 4th. U20 Plays and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 3rd place. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 5th, just ahead of Schoolbus Restfdeb. That battle for 5th is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Hikori Hamzam and Gina Jones are nose to nose for that spot. Meanwhile, I'm locked in a close fight with Hikori Hamzam for 8th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. U20 Plays and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 3rd place. Hikori Hamzam and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 7th. KP Langstrom just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. KP Langstrom and Shoebox TV are battling hard for 11th. U20 Plays just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Sputnik NZ and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 4th. Hikori Hamzam is climbing to 7th. Hikori Hamzam and Schoolbus Restfdeb are fighting for 6th. Bubute and U20 Plays are nose to tail for 2nd place. Sputnik NZ is sneaking up to 4th, trying to make it a 3-way fight. Scott Dixon and Sputnik NZ are locked in a close duel for that 4th spot. Congratulations to Official Class Alive on winning the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own at Indianapolis Vintage. Well deserved. Wow, congratulations to Official Class Alive on winning the race. That was an impressive display of skill. And for New for Life, you did the most overtakes, so you get to claim the 2011 Toyota Tundra from NASCAR Trucks. Nice work, everyone! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Bathurst has those tight turns and high-speed sections that really test a car's ability to stay glued to the road. A car with good cornering grip and balance will shine here. Of course, acceleration matters too for those long straights. But without good handling, you're just flying off the track in the twisty bits. So, well, a car that can stay planted and maneuver smoothly through those challenging corners is what I'd value most. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Hurry up and make your choice before the race starts and your favorite gets swept away. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Global Sexel with a 1992 Nissan 240SX, known for its agility and love for drifting. While on the other, we have HP Lucroft with a 1993 Honda Accord, which is more of a reliable sedan than a race car. Considering Bathurst's challenging turns and elevation changes, I'd say Global Sexel's Nissan has the edge with its sporty design and better handling characteristics. The Honda Accord might hold steady, but it's probably not built for those tight bends and high-speed straights. So, my bet is on Global Sexel taking the win. Unless that Honda somehow surprises everyone with a miracle performance. But honestly, I wouldn't bet my lunch on it. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bathurst with Amundsen on pole in a 1994 Toyota Celica GT4. Looks like we're in for some nostalgic slow motion action today. Let's see if that old school ride can hold its ground. Amundsen has taken an early lead, holding the top spot. Screwchamp is right behind in second place, and Lithocarp is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight battle already. Captain Canadian is climbing up to third place now. Lithocarp and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for that third spot. Mr. Wolf J is also making moves, now in fifth place. Lithocarp is climbing to third place. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in fifth. Maya has gained 2 spots and is in seventh. Captain Canadian is climbing to third place. Maya and Mr. Wolf J are neck and neck for 6. Zotsfied and Naya are fighting for 7th. Maya is now in 5th place, closing in on Wayne Trinity 4. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding strong in 4th, but not for long if Maya keeps pushing. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross has climbed to 8th, looking to break into the top 7. Wayne Trinity 4 and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 9th. Globus is inching up to 14th. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross just overtook someone to take 7th place. Zotsfired is also climbing up, now in 9th. Gina Jones and Zotsfired are nose to nose for that 9th spot. The slow cars class at Bathurst is making overtakes rare and the gaps pretty tight. Track's tight corners and elevation changes are highlighting driver skill over raw speed. Captain Canadian is closing in on Screwchamp, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Lithocarp and Maya are locked in a tight battle for 4th position. Wayne Trinity 4 and Lithocarp are nose-to-tail battling for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th. Leo Sprout is also making moves, now in 11th. Captain Canadian is gaining ground and now in 2nd place. Screwchamp and Captain Canadian are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Maya is closing the gap on Screwchamp, cutting it down by over 2 seconds. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. Screwchamp and Maya are still neck and neck. No clear winner yet. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Captain Canadian, the gap shrinking fast. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing fast, now in 3rd place. Captain Canadian and Screwchamp still locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Mr. Wolf J is closing the distance, trimming the gap by over 2 seconds. Things are heating up behind them. Captain Canadian and Screwchamp are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Lil Sprout is climbing up to 9th. Hippie Langstrumpf is sneaking into 14th. Captain Canadian is climbing to 4th place. Zotsfied is now in 10th. Shotskis is chipping away at Lithocarp's lead, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 12th. Global is catching up to New for Life, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Senyahima is catching Edsauce 21 fast, just 2 seconds behind now. Scott Dixon is closing in on HP Lootcraft, inching closer by a second and a half. Amy is hot on Scott Dixon's tail, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross just overtook someone to take 6th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose for 5th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th. Zotsfied is gaining on Lil Sprout, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up 1 spot to 11th place. Lithocarp and Pippi are nose-to-nose for 11th. Captain Canadian is closing in on Wayne 294, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is climbing to 5th place. Gina Jones is moving up to 6th. Mr. Wolf J is charging through the field, now in 4th place after overtaking 5 cars. Gina Jones and Captain Canadian are locked in a fierce duel for 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing the gap on Zotsfired, trimming it down by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Lil Sprout is also moving up to 7th. Zotsfired and Scroogechamp are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Screw Champ is narrowing the gap to Captain Canadian by almost 2 seconds. They're really pushing for that 8th place. Anakizix just overtook someone to climb into 14th. Dots Fired is climbing up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on HP Lootcraft, the gap shrinking by over 1.5 seconds. Wayne Trey 94 is hot on Maya's tail now. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Edzos 21 is right behind, New for Life, and closing fast. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining on Addenflash, but still a bit of ground to make up. Gina Jones is really closing the gap on Iron Cross of Wooden Cross, just a little over 1 second now. New for Life is hot on Anna Kaisix's tail, closing in by almost 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to 24th place, making some moves. Wow, Aminsen just won the race. Looks like they're on a roll. Better start practicing for the next one. Wow, Aminsen took the win. Congratulations, that was a fantastic race. Now, for those claiming cars, Wayne Trey 94, you've got the fastest lap, so you can claim the classic 1989 Isuzu 4200R. Nice choice. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and balance, since Bridgehampton has that mix of tight curves and fast straights. Being able to keep the car planted through the turns is crucial, especially with those sharp corners that demand sharp steering. Acceleration out of the corners is also key, because the straights let you make up some ground if your car can launch smoothly. Braking performance matters too, because there's a few tricky spots where late braking could gain you position. Overall, I'd say a well-rounded car with good grip and responsive steering would be the most valuable here. Alright, so we have Scott Dixon in a slightly newer Porsche and Double in a vintage model. Both are Porsches, so we're talking about solid, reliable machines, but the 2017 version might have a slight edge with better technology and aerodynamics. The track at Bridgehampton is a pretty technical one, so handling and agility will be key. I'd say Scott Dixon's probably got the advantage here. The 2017 model should give him a bit more precision and stability, especially on those tricky corners. Double might have a nostalgic charm with the 2010, but in racing, that extra horsepower and tech usually tilt the scale. So, I'm putting my money on Scott Dixon to come out ahead. But don't count out Double trying to pull off a surprise. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Bridgehampton, and Taknesty is sitting pretty on pole in a 2010 Porsche 911 9.7 GT3 Cup. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others have some tricks up their sleeves. Taknesty has taken an early lead, with Story Forge right behind in second place. Matthew Saurus Rex is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Majako Bleich just overtook someone to move into third place. Gary 710 is closing the gap on Anarchy 6 for 6. Looks like a fun scrap for that position. Lil Sprout and Iara Fail are nose to tail for 8th place. Justin Gilks just gained 1 spot and is now 11. Double and Justin Gilks are trading paint for 11. Le Roussel just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take the 14th place. They're now nose to tail for that position. Story Forge is really having a rough time dropping to 20th place. Majako Bleich is climbing up to 2nd place. Matthew Saurus Rex is also moving up to 3rd. Looks like the top is getting crowded. Story Forge is really having a rough time dropping 10 places to 30. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to 13. Le Roussel and Hingle McCringleberry are now nose to nose for the 13th position. Matthew Saurus Rex is holding off Majako Bleich for 2nd place. Justin Gilks and Scott Dixon are still neck and neck for 9th. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 15th. Rose Hours is on a tier climbing from the back to 24th place. Double is inching closer to the top 10. Amy just nudged into 18. Looks like the race is heating up. Le Roussel and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight fight for the 13th spot. Maya has gained 1 position and is now in 20th place. Lord Crespi has also moved up 1 spot, now in 25th. Scott Dixon is stuck in 10th while Double is just behind in 11th. Not much room for overtaking yet, but Dixon might need a miracle to catch up if Double keeps it clean. Anarchy 6 just sneaked into the top 5. Ari Raphael and Gary 17 are nose to nose for 6th place. Story Forge is inching closer to Husky Hog, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. James Misk is driving a 2010 Porsche 911 997 GT3 Cup, and is currently in the 16th place. Their fastest lap is 1:35.52, which is pretty solid but not quite enough to challenge the leaders. The race seems to be a bit of a grind for them. Story Forge is gaining fast on Husky Hog, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Scott Dixon is catching Lil Sprout, closing the gap by just over a second. New for life. And James Miska locked in a fierce fight for the 16th spot. Ingolna Kringleberry is climbing 2 spots to take 12th place. Tero Timilev and Ingolna Kringleberry are nose-to-nose for 12th place. New for Life is advancing 1 spot to 16th place. Pippi Langstrump just overtook Lirusel for 14th place. They're now nose-to-nose in that tight battle. Matthesaurus Rex and Magical Blake are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Lil Sprout and Gary Seventon are locked in a fierce fight for 7. Justin Yilks is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Inga McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Pippi Langstrump is doing the same, also up 3 spots to 10th place. Justin Yilks is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 8th place. Rumi Afis 13 is on a roll, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gaming Tofite Cancer is also making moves, now in 19th place after a similar surge. Rosaurus is gaining ground, now in 20th place after passing 4 cars. Wow, Tech Nasty really pulled off the win. Guess they're the fastest thing on the track today. Well done. Wow. Taknisty really took the checkered flag in style, didn't they? Congrats to them. As for the drivers on the edge of victory, Hingle McCringleberry, you did an incredible job with those overtakes. You've earned yourself a shiny new 2010 Porsche 911 997 GT3 Cup at 880. Nice work! Sure thing. Did you know that New Jersey Motorsports Park has a track called the Lightning Racetrack, which is just perfect for high-speed thrills, but also has some tricky corners that keep even the best drivers on their toes? It's like a roller coaster for cars where every twist and turn seems to challenge the driver's skills while offering a lot of excitement. Truly a fun spot for racetrack aficionados. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your chosen machine. Alright, so we have Hingle Kringleberry in a 2004 Nissan 350Z. G300 and Gabitha Minimac in a 1999 Ford Mustang SVTSC. All when Nissan's got some decent agility and a more modern edge, which could give it an advantage on the twists and turns of New Jersey Motorsports Park. The Mustang, while classic and powerful, might struggle a bit with handling compared to the Nissan's more balanced chassis. I'd put my chips on Hingle because the Nissan's likely to be more nimble and responsive, especially on a track like this. But hey, don't count out the Mustang just yet. It could surprise us if it finds its footing. Who do you guys think will take the win? Alright everyone, the race is underway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. J Maxiite is starting strong on pole in a classic 26 Panos Esperante GTLM Evo O. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the pack. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race. G Maxiite is right behind in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third. Looks like a close start so far. J Maxiite just took the lead, leaving the rest in the dust. Pace CRR is climbing fast into third. New for Life is making moves into fifth. Things are heating up. Gina Jones is climbing to 9th place. Cheesin Dashauer is making a move to 12th. Bobardo is advancing to 15th. Yaki Ramen is climbing up to 15th place. Bobardo and Yaki Ramen are still neck and neck for that spot. Cobra Co is advancing to 21st place. Yaki Ramen and Relaxed View are nose to nose for 14th place. Rimonda is climbing up to 15th. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Relaxed View and Rosaris are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Dravu 192 Gex and Apex Milkbag are also trading paint for the 18th position. More for Life is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Yaki Ramen has moved up to 14th position, also gaining 1 spot. Hippie Langstrom is leading in a 28 Jaguar XKR GT3. They're holding a steady pace with the fastest lap of 1 minute, 5 seconds and almost 600 milliseconds. Looks like they're in control so far. Scott Dixon's driving a 2004 Cadillac CT SV. He's holding steady in the 10th spot, just a few tenths behind the leader. Looks like he's staying consistent, but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is climbing to 8th place. Yaki Ramen is making a move to 14th. Maya is currently in 7th place, holding steady. Justin Giltz is closing in on Your Instinct, cutting the gap to just under a second. Amy and Gabby Theminamak are still battling fiercely for 6th place. Scott Dixon is driving a 2004 Cadillac CT-SV. He's currently in the 11th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 5 seconds, and 632 milliseconds. The race seems to be pretty tight for him. Relax Few is in the 15th position, driving a 2018 BMW R125 IM Sport. Their fastest lap is just under 11 seconds. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Dre 192X is driving a Seat Leon TDI from 2010. They're currently in the 20th place, just ahead of the Toyota Corolla. Looks like a steady climb, but still a few spots to gain. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Dragon 92X and Apex Notepad are still neck and neck for 18th. Okinabaka and Dreewon 192X are battling for 19th. Hippie Langstrom is driving a 28 Jaguar XKR GT3. They are currently in 2nd place and have the 2nd fastest lap time in the race. Hippie Langstrom is driving a 2008 Jaguar XKR GT3. They're holding 2nd place and have the 2nd fastest lap so far. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the moment. Rosauers is driving a 2018 BMW 125 IM Sport Door. They're currently in the 14th place and seem to be holding steady, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a quiet race for now. Congratulations to G Maxiate on winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Congratulations to Jim Axier for taking the win. Well-deserved victory, you really drove that car like you stole it. And a big shout out to Amy for the fastest lap. You earned the 24 Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 without breaking a sweat. Inga McCringleberry, nice job winning the bet race. You get the 2004 Nissan 350Z GT300, a classic move right there. Gina Jones, you are all over the place with the overtakes. You definitely earned that 27 Ferrari F430 GTC, no doubt. Great race, everyone! Alright everyone, you better hurry up and make your pick before time runs out. We don't want any upset drivers because they didn't get their dream car. So get those choices in quick, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Alright, so we've got Scott Dixon in a 2018 Peugeot 308 and New for Life in a 2017 Audi R3TC R. The Peugeot 308 is a solid choice, known for its balance and agility, especially on tight circuits like Termas de Rio Hondo. Meanwhile, the Audi R3TCR is a bit more aggressive and sporty, but it's also slightly older. Given the track and the cars, I'd say Scott Dixon might have the edge because the Peugeot's handling could give him better control through the twists and turns. The Audi could definitely surprise us if it manages to outpace on the straightaways, but I'm leaning toward Dixon and the Peugeot for this one. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Termas de Rio Hondo, with Scott Dixon on pole in the 2018 Peugeot 308. Let's see if that pole position means anything in this wild AI race. Scott Dixon is leading the race, New for Life is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third for now. Let's see if I can keep this position or if the AI decides to throw a curveball. Inga McCringleberry and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for fourth place. Dishonored Fox just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Surarelia and Dishonored Fox are also battling for sixth position. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to fourth place. Surarelia is advancing to sixth. Amy and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for seventh. Surarelia and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Amy and Dishonored Fox are locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Jabuogi just sneaked up one spot to 11th. Amy and Dishonored Fox are neck and neck for 7th place. Relaxed View just gained one spot and is now 9th. Pippi Langström and Relaxed View are trading paint for 9th position. Ren Kaori is climbing to 11th place. Jae Buogi and Ren Kaori are nose to tail for that spot. Thomas Moran has inched up to 15th. Telescope Bima and Timbogini Tube are nose to tail in the fight for 13th place. Thomas Moran is creeping closer, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Telescope Bima is climbing up to 13th place. Thomas Moran is closing in on Timbogini Tube, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Ren Kaori is driving a 26 Alfa Romeo 156 Toyota. Looks like they're holding steady in 12th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Nwamu for a life. Just snuck ahead of Scott Dixon to take the lead. Hingle, Matt Kringleberry and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Looks like a good fight. Hingle, Matt Kringleberry and I are neck and neck for 3rd place. Thomas Moran just gained a spot to take the 14th position. Timbogini Tuba and Thomas Moran are fighting hard for the 14th spot as well. Relaxed Hugh is driving a 2008 Mercedes C200. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a calm race for now. Gina Jones is driving a 2015 Subaru Impreza STII AWRX. She's currently in 5th place, holding steady with a fastest lap just behind the leader. Looks like she's staying competitive. Jae Boogie is driving a 27 Chevrolet Lacetti and is currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the race. Amy is currently in 8th place driving a 2015 Seat Leon. She's just behind the leader in her class and has a lap time of 1 minute 56.917. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the front runners. The TCR cars are clearly dominating with the top spots, especially with the Audi and Peugeot leading. The track seems to favor these agile, turbocharged machines over the older WTCC models which are struggling to keep pace. The TCR cars seem to be holding their ground with consistent lap times, especially the top contenders. The track's tight corners probably favor smaller, agile cars like the Audi and Peugeot. The WTC cars are struggling with higher lap times, likely due to less agility on this track. Wow, look at that! Move for life. Just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, what a performance from New Roofer Live. They really did it all today with the win, the fastest lap, and the most overtakes. That's what I call a triple crown victory. Congratulations! And since they also got the fastest lap, they can claim the 2017 Audi RS 3TCR. Nice choice. That car is a real powerhouse. It's a well-deserved prize for such an incredible race. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car for the race. Make your choice now or forever. Hold your peace in the grand race of AI cars. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Wow, what a classic showdown we have here. Both cars from the same year, so it's really going to come down to driver skill and the quirks of these vintage machines. Scott Dixon's got the Williams FW04, which is known for its agility and handling, especially on tight circuits like POW. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry's Hill GH1 has its own charm and might surprise us with some vintage flair. If I had to pick based on the cars alone, I'd say Dixon's Williams might have a slight edge in maneuverability, which is key for POW's winding sections. But honestly, with vintage cars, anything can happen because they're as unpredictable as a cat on a hot tin roof. So, I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards Scott Dixon's car just edging out Hingle. Let's see if the AI can surprise us though. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuit de Pau Vintage. And look at that! DC Kibi Zero is starting on pole in a classic 1975 Tyrrell Sigan. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI decides to spice things up. Maya is leading right out of the gate. Digi K. Petsy Rogerts is holding strong in second, and Redditor Activi Vixen is in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Radioactiva Vixen is now in second place. James Mayo has moved into fourth. Basket and Fee has climbed into sixth. Maldok CF just overtook two cars and is now in fifth place. Amy and Maldok's FCF are nose to tail fighting for fifth. Rusna Palm 6 and Basket and TV are swapping positions in a close duel for seventh. Amy is now in fifth place. Osktarot has climbed to 8. Pippi Langstrom has advanced to 10. Uzgulagox is driving the Williams FW04, currently in 16th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. DCK Bates is driving a Tyrrell 07, starting from the pole position. They're currently in third place, so they're holding a strong position but not leading. The race looks tight at the front. DCK Patsy Rogerts is driving a Tyrrell 07, a classic F1 car from 1975. They're currently in third place, so their race looks pretty solid so far. Exclusive Gox is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th place. Sir Prothry is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 13th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by a second. Gina Jones is hot on Dixon's heels, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Sir Prothry is not far behind Gina, closing in by a little over a second. Radioactive Vixen just took the lead, claiming first place. Oskzerot is gaining on Basket and V, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Exclusive Gox is hot on Sir Prothry's tail, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Exclusive Gox is closing in on Sir Prothry, just 19.9 seconds behind. DKAK beat Zero Garretts has climbed to second place. James Mayo has moved up to third. Basket and V and Maldux FCFF are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th. Ingo McCringleberry is chipping away at Exclusive Gox's lead, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Oskzerot is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Basket and V, shrinking the gap by 3.6 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Exclusive Gox fast, cutting the gap by 7.2 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 3rd place, leaving someone behind. DKK Bad Yogurts takes the lead, now in 1st place. Amy climbs to 2nd. James Mayo moves up to 3rd. The race is heating up. Basket and AV is charging through the field into 4th place. Pippi Langstrup is also climbing fast into 5th. Scott Dixon is making a move into 6th. The top of the pack is starting to look like a game of leapfrog. Scott Dixon is closing in on Pippi Langstrup with a 1.2 second gap. I wonder if he's got a secret weapon. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Gina Jones is also climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Risnapalm 6 is gaining fast on Oskzerot, only a few seconds behind now. Maya is catching up to Radioactive Vixen, inching closer. DKK Patsy Rogerts is right on. Maya's tail also closing in. Wow, Amy, winning again? Looks like you're just cruising to victory. Well done. Wow! Amy took the checkered flag. Great job, Amy. That was an incredible race to watch. And congratulations to Scott Dixon for winning the bet race. You can now claim that vintage 1975 Williams FW04. What a classic! Pippi Langstrup, with all those overtakes, you really made this race exciting. You get to claim the 1975 Brabham BT44. Be well deserved. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to the last seconds to pick your dream machine. If you haven't chosen yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Or at least until the next race. Don't miss out on the fun. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lancia LC2 from 1985 versus the Jaguar XJR9 from 1988. Both classic racers, but the Jaguar has a slight edge with its reputation for endurance and speed. Amy's Lancia, though, with its iconic design and likely nimble handling, might surprise us. But honestly, I'd put my money on the Jaguar to take the win here. It just has that extra bit of flair and power that could give it the edge on botany-ring. Let's see if Amy can defy the odds, or if the Jaguar reigns supreme. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Botany-ring and in Group C. Amy is starting on pole position, piloting a classic 1985 Lancia LC22. Let's see if those vintage vibes give her an edge or just some stylish charm. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Pippi Langstrup in third. Looks like a tight start already. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Calicum Bunny is now 9th. Crazy Sweetbutt has moved up to 11th. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6IV. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. The Group C cars are dominating with their speed and agility, clearly pulling ahead. The retro DTM cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less aerodynamic efficiency on this track. Serpro 3 is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6 in the Retro DTM Class 2D. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a quiet race so far. Serpro 3 is in 8th place with a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155T IV 6 door. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Nuva Life is leading in a 1988 Jaguar XJR9, a classic Group C racer known for its speed and aerodynamics. Looks like they're holding the lead comfortably so far. Joan Wolf is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190E Evo 2. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Scorched Log is driving an Opel Calibra DTM from 1996. Talked. They are currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Calican Bunny is racing a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, sitting in 10th place with no recorded lap times. Probably stuck behind slower cars or dealing with issues. Scott Dixon is driving a Toyota 88 CV from 1988. He's currently in 6th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 36 seconds, which shows he's holding his own but not quite challenging for the lead. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. Their race looks pretty tough with the slowest lap time among the DTM cars, and a position in the lower half of the field. Hingham McCringleberry is making a move up to 4th place. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Whipfree 25 is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV 6 Tagishunchi. They're currently in 14th place, just behind the Opel Calibras. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Serpro 3 is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV 6. They're currently in 8th place, way behind the leaders, and struggling with lap times around 148.2. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the Group C cars with their speed and handling, while the Retro DTM cars are struggling to keep up, especially in the corners. Hingham McCringleberry is driving a Nissan R89C from 1989. Their race looks steady with a decent lap time of 136.275, holding the 4th spot. Wow, look at that. Move for Life just took the victory. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow! Big round of applause for New for Life. They really outpaced everyone and took home the victory. Great job! And congratulations to Scott Dixon for grabbing the fastest lap. That's a sweet reward with the 1988 Toyota 88 Toyota 88 CV. Hope you enjoy cruising in that classic. Inglo McCringleberry. You really showed some skills with all those overtakes. That 1989 Nissan R89C is a perfect trophy for your aggressive driving style. Thanks to everyone for racing today. Such an exciting showdown. Stay tuned for more where the cars might just get even faster. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Formula 1300 class might not be the most famous of racing categories, but back in the day, it was kind of like the beginner's playground for young drivers trying to make it big. These cars are small, lightweight, and pretty spirited, making them perfect for weekend warriors. Imagine a car that can zip around a track with the agility of a squirrel on a sugar rush. And the best part? Despite their compact size, they still pack enough punch to keep the race exciting, and the spectators on the edge of their seats. Just a little pocket rocket of racing history. Wow, this is a throwback race for sure. The 1978 Avia E2 versus the 1977 Melkos MT 77-1. Both vintage beauties. But I have to say it's going to come down to which car performs better on this circuit. The Avia, with its older design, might be a bit less nimble, but maybe it's got some hidden tricks up its sleeve. Meanwhile, the Melkos, being nearly the same age but with some sleek German engineering, could surprise us. Honestly, I'd give a tiny edge to the Melkos just because of its reputation for handling. But hey, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Let's see which vintage gets vintage speed. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Circuit du Var. New for Life is on pole, piloting a vintage 1978 Avia E2. This is going to be interesting to watch. Right at the start, No Move for Life is leading the pack, holding the first place. I'm in second, trying to keep up, and its basic switch is close behind in third. The race is already heating up. Dank Nuggins is climbing up to 5th place. Beef Sliders and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 6th. Amy and Beef Sliders are fighting it out for 7th. Beef Sliders just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Beef Sliders are nose-to-nose for that spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 10th place. She's got a tight fight with Gina Jones for 9th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing nicely into the top 8. Madisbury and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Beef Sliders are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Madisbury just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 7th place. Amy is also moving up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose-to-nose for 8th. Maya's car is a 1977 Melkus MT-77-2. Starting in second place. Looks like she's holding her position well so far, but no sign of overtaking the leader yet. Nuva Life is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control so far. Amy is in 8th place with a Metal X MTX 106 from 1981. Her fastest lap is a 1:5.174, so she's holding steady, but not quite challenging the leaders. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1978 Metal X MT X103C. She's currently in 9th place and has the fastest lap among her group. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. Scott Dixon's Estonia 21 is holding steady in 4th place with a decent lap time. Looks like he's trying to stay in the mix but not pushing too hard yet. New for Life is leading comfortably in their 1978 Avia E2. The car's fastest lap is a 1:17.34, just slightly faster than Maya's. Looks like they're cruising at the front with a solid pace. Scott Dixon's car is an Estonia 21 from 1981. He's currently in 4th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 2 seconds, 714 milliseconds. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. The tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars, but the longer straights are giving the faster lap times to the top contenders. Nedis Berry is in 11th place with a Melkus MT-77-2 from 1977. Their fastest lap is a 1:3.476, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Gina Jones just nudged into the top 10. Nedis Berry is right behind her, both fighting for that 10th spot. Looks like a close one. Known for Life is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Dank Nuggins is climbing to 5th place. Beef Sliders is now 6th. Pippi Langstrom is knocking on the door of the top 5 and 7. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Metal X MTX 103C, same as a few others, but she's holding her own in 9th place. Looks like she's trying to stay consistent and avoid mistakes. The tight corners are favoring the more consistent drivers, while the straights are giving a slight edge to those with better top speed. Wow, what a surprise. Congratulations on winning the race. New for Life. Looks like you're just too good to beat. Wow, congrats to New for Life on winning the race. That was an incredible performance. You really know how to take the lead and hold on to it. And great job to New for Life. Again for grabbing the fastest lap. The 1978 Avia E2 Formula 1300 is definitely a sweet ride. Pippi Langstrom, you did a fantastic job with the overtakes. The 1978 Medal X MTX103C Formula 1300 is calling your name now. Keep that momentum going. Alright everyone, get those final picks in before time runs out. Don't make me choose for you, or I might just give the slowest car a turbo boost. Hurry up! Wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. Gina Jones with the 1985 Lancia LC2, a classic with some serious Italian flair, versus Scott Dixon in the 1993 Toyota Eagle Mark III, which is more of an American muscle car from the early 90s. The Lancia LC2 is known for its agility and sporty design, but it might be a bit tricky with its age and handling on a track like Sebring. On the other hand, the Toyota Eagle Mark III has that sturdy build and raw power that could give it an edge, especially in a longer race or a track demanding endurance. Honestly, I'd probably lean towards Scott Dixon in the Eagle MK just because that car screams reliability and strength. But then again, Gina's Italian charm might bring out some unexpected agility. Who do you all think will take this one? Alright folks, the race is underway at Sebring and leading the pack is New for Life in a classic 1990 Nissan G TPZ X-Turbo Dada. Looks like they've got the pole position, so let's see if they can hold on to it or if the pack will catch up. Dora Rogue has shot off the line into the lead. New for Life is holding second place, just ahead of Waldo in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Leash Mepsi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 16. Morningstar Soul is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to second. Maya is inching closer, climbing 1 spot to 4th. Morningstar is holding on to the lead, with Door Rogue right behind. Beach Maps and DCTPB Zerogers are still neck and neck for 15th. Aerotech and Mr. Wolf J are battling for 18th, not giving an inch. Morningstar Soul is now in first place. Gina Jones has climbed to 4th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 6th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th place now. He's in a close fight with Frank Querty for that position. Hingo McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are also battling for 10th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya is climbing up to 4th place, closing in on the top 3. No For Life is now in 2nd. Gina Jones in 3rd. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leader. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th place. Ixajax and Deluxe Combo are nose to nose for 13th. Gina Jones just sneaked into 2nd place. Maya and New For Life are nose to tail for 3rd. Ixajax and Deluxe Combo are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Tranquility is really having a rough time, dropping 8 spots to 18. Maya is climbing up nicely into 3rd. Hippie Langstrom and Mew For Life are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Hingle and McCringleberry is closing the gap on Waldo by a 2.5 seconds. Rex and Sarah has moved up to 18th place. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Nissan R91 CP, a car known for its high speed and aerodynamic design. Looks like they're holding steady in 10th place, but the race is still wide open. Maya has just overtaken for 2nd place. Gina Jones and Maya are nose to tail for that position. Hippie Langstrom and Gina Jones are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Hippie Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 3rd place. Bleach Mepsi and Deluxe Combo are locked in a close fight for 12th. Tranquility is closing in on Oscar Wolf, chopping down the gap by a 2 seconds. Tranquility is closing in on Oscar Wolf, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is gaining on Morningstar, inching closer. Amy is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 5th place. Door Rogue and New For Life are nose to tail for 6th place. Inga McCringleberry and Waldo are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Shoot 'em Up is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 14th. Aerotech is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 14. Hinga McCringleberry is gaining ground, now in 8th place. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on Waldo, chipping away at it by 2.5 seconds. The Group C cars are dominating the top spots with faster lap times, showing their superior speed and handling on Sebring. The track favors these prototypes, making the Group A cars struggle to keep up. Wow! Morningstars'll must have been saving their best for last. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Morningstar Soul, you absolutely crushed that race. Congratulations on taking the victory home. Well done on that impressive performance. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. A 1989 Nissan R89C. Nice pick, very sleek. Gina Jones, you're the winner of the bet race, so the 1985 Lancia LC2 is yours. Pretty exciting to see these cars go to such deserving drivers. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance because Sonoma WTC has a lot of twisty turns and technical sections that require precise control. Speed is important, but being able to navigate those tight corners without losing time will make a big difference. Acceleration out of corners matters too, since you want to maximize grip and maintain momentum through those curving sections. Overall, a car that balances good grip, nimbleness and stability will likely have the edge here. Alright folks, the countdown is almost done, so make your pick now. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine hit the track. Hurry up and choose before the timer runs out. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both cars are pretty legendary in their own right. But given the age and specs, I have to lean towards the Lola, a DA01. It looks like it's got a little more racing pedigree and probably a tad more power under the hood. The WMP83 is a classic too, but I think the Lola might just outpace it on these technical corners. So, my bet is on Idsource 21 to take the win here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Sonoma. And leading the pack in Group C2 is Pippi Langstrom, rocking a classic 1982 Lancia L C1.0 Stay tuned to see if that vintage beauty can hold on to her lead. The race kicks off with Pippi Langstrom leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place, and Epic Sugar holding on to third. Looks like a promising start for the top three. Our Storm is now in third place and closing in on Epic Sugar. Epic Sugar and Our Storm are nose to nose for third. New for Life is sneaking into fifth, inching closer to the top five. Joey Pastrami just gained a spot and is now in 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for that same position. Uncanny Buddy and Ixie Jax are also locked in a close fight for 15th. Cloudy and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Max barely just climbed one spot to 23rd. Chubby boy RJ is also moving up one spot to 26th. Ixajax is on a tear, climbing 10 spots to 5th. Amy is way off the pace, dropping 22 places to 29. Hingle McCringleberry is inching forward, now 12. Ixajax is on a tear, climbing 3 spots to 2nd place. No for Life is inching forward, now in 5th. Joey Pastrami is making progress, now in 12th. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd place. Alwyn Storm is also making moves, grabbing 3rd place. Joey Pastrami just moved up one spot to 11th place. Joey Pastrami and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th place. Ixajax is chipping away at A.R. Fail's lead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mason Argon was climbing to 16th place. Ixajax is gaining on A.R. Fail, closing the gap by over a second. Amy is hot on Ixajax's tail, closing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Exhaust is holding a solid 5th place, so they're in a good position to challenge Hingle McCringleberry for the win. Hingle is just behind in 6th, so it's all about who makes the move first in these final laps. Nuvri Life is now in 3rd place. Cheese and Dashauer has gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Unconi Buddy and Cheese and Dashauer are nose to nose for the 14th position. G.N. Prime is climbing up to 17th place. Amy is closing the gap on Ixajax, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Max Birley is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 190e Evo 2. They're currently in the 23rd place and seem to be struggling with their lap times, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than most of the field. Epic Sugar and Alwyn Storm are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 28th. Maya is gaining on Joey Pastrami, the distance shrinking fast. Amy is closing in on Aerofel, making up ground quickly. Deheber 7 is dropping like a stone to 27. Max Birley is climbing 2 spots to 19. Skeggs' Beau Prey is also moving up 2 spots to 20. Tales of Strilly is driving an Alfa Romeo 75 from 1986. They're currently in the 8th group, which is not great for their overall position. Their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep pace. Kerunen is on a roll, climbing from the back, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Exhaust 21 just nudged into 8th place, inching closer to the front. Cheese and Dashauer moved up to 14th, making some progress. Wow! Pippi Langström just won the race. Looks like even the fictional characters are faster than the rest of us. Congratulations! Wow! Pippi Langström really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win, you definitely earned it. As for the fast lap, new for life, you've proven your skill behind the wheel. You can now claim the 1983 MKADEPAC AT31 from Group C22. Nice work! Sure thing. Did you know that the Highlands Motorsport Park short track is famous for its tight turns and quick laps? It's basically a roller coaster for cars, giving drivers a real test of skill and precision. It's like trying to nail a dance routine while spinning around in a tiny, high-speed whirlpool. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. The 1966 McLaren M10 A is a classic with its Formula One roots, known for its agility and raw power. Meanwhile, the 1968 McKee Mark 12 also has its charm, but it's not quite as famous for racing prowess. Given the age and design, I'd probably lean towards a Land 656 and the McLaren, especially on a tight circuit like Highlands Motorsport Park Short. But hey, who knows? Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Alright everyone, Slipslide Gaming is kicking things off from pole position. In the iconic 1968 Eagle Mark V. This race just got interesting at Highlands Motorsport Park short track, so stay tuned. Alan 656 has shot off the line to take the lead. Slipslide Gaming is holding strong in second place. Pippi Langstrom is hanging in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Weifuana is climbing up to third place now. Pippi Langstrom and Weifuan are nose to nose for that third spot. Architect is making a move, now in 11th place. Global is dropping like a stone to 21st place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to third. Venona 1857 is making a move to 6th. Marja Koblech is driving in 1968 Surtees S5 Touring. He's currently in 15th place, so he's not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Maya and Princess Wildface are nose to tail in 8th place. Maho Chaos is making a move, climbing up to 17. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th place. Maho Chaos has gained 1 spot to 16th. Maho Chaos and Marja Koblech are locked in a close fight for 15th. Slipslide Gaming is leading in 1968 Eagle Mark V, a classic that's holding its own at the front. Looks like they're enjoying a comfortable lead so far, but the race is far from over. The Formula 5000 cars are close in performance, but the track's tight corners favor drivers with better handling skills. The top cars are all within a second, so it's a tight race where driver skill and car setup matter more than the class itself. Nahoja's car is a 1966 McLaren M10A, and they are currently in the 16th place. They are running just over a second faster than the last few drivers, but still behind most of the pack. ICE is driving a Lola T 190 from 1968. They're currently in 6th place, just ahead of the pack, but their fastest lap is a bit slower at 19.061. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Scott Dixon is climbing 1 spot to take 18th place. Globostil is also moving up 1 spot to 19th. Marja Koblech is driving a 1968 Surtees TS5 and is currently in 15th place. He's a bit behind the leaders but still in the mix. Slipslide Gaming is gaining ground on Alan 656, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. They're locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Slipslide Gaming is dropping like a stone down to 18th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 2nd. Weifuane is also moving forward to 3rd. Globalsa is climbing to 18th place. Amy is right behind in 19th. Looks like a little race within the race. Guy is racing a 1966 McLaren M10A. They're currently in the 13th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 9 seconds and 555 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. The Formula 5000 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and short layout favor quick acceleration and handling. Slipin's Leader Gaming's early lead shows the importance of a strong start, while the slower cars are struggling to catch up. Congratulations, Alan 656. Looks like your car and your skills both decided to take the victory lap. Well done. Wow! Alan 656 taking the win. Congratulations on that fantastic performance. Now, Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes, a true master of maneuvering. You can claim the 1968 Surtees TS5, a classic from the Formula 5000 era. T. Great job to both of you. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't leave me hanging here with all these beautiful machines waiting to race. Get those picks in before time runs out. Alright folks, Amy's kicking things off from pole in a classic 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, while the older cars behind are probably wondering if they brought the slow lane to the race. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by New for Life in second place, and Amundsen holding on to third. Pippi Langström and Wayne 94 are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Gina Jones and Pippi are also locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Lil Sprout is climbing up one spot to 7. Lil Sprout and Gina Jones are battling hard for 6th. Amundsen just gained a spot and is now in second place. New for Life and Amundsen are nose-to-nose fighting for second. Maya is climbing up to 8th place, slowly but surely. New for Life just overtook Amundsen and is now in second place. They're nose-to-nose. This is getting interesting. Maya is now 7th, climbing up nicely. Scott Dixon and Necrophantasm are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a good old-fashioned duel. Scott Dixon just moved up one spot to 9th place. Necrophantasm is right behind him, and they're battling hard for that position. New for Life is driving a 1964 Porsche 901, which is known for its balanced handling and classic design. They're holding a solid second place, but the race is tight at the front. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1966 Ford Anglia Super 123E. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, sitting in 15th place and not making much progress. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up one spot. Tuagonet TTV is gaining on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Welcome back, IR Rafael. Glad to see you've returned just in time to witness these cars racing like they've got something to prove. Hope you're ready for some high-speed action. Tuba is closing the gap on Jzil Gaming, just a second and a half behind now. They are locked in a fierce fight for the 12th spot. Amundsen is really closing the gap on Move for Life, now just over a second behind. Ingo McCringleberry and Mutu are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Necrophantasm is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just over 5 seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing in on me, down to less than 2 seconds. New for Life is driving a vintage Porsche 901, a classic sports car known for its agility and style. They're holding a strong second place, staying close behind Amy and showing good consistency so far. Delta Neta Beast is now in 14th place, climbing up one spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Belfin the Beast are nose to tail fighting for that same position. Tugonit DTV is inching closer to P9, while Necrophantasm keeps the pressure on for 10th place. The battle for Pen is heating up. Necrophantasm is driving a 1965 MG GBG, a classic British sports car Arctic. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 3rd place. Yielzelgaming is getting closer to Necrophantasm, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 14. Lil Sprout is driving a 1938 Talbot Lago T23 Teardrop, a classic vintage car. They are currently in 8th place, but their lap times are showing no sign of improvement. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Maya is now in 6th place, closing in on the top 5. Hingle McCringleberry has advanced to 13th, still a ways to go. Hey there, Brown Leader 444? Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning just in time to witness these AI cars battle it out. Hope you enjoy the chaos on the track. Gina Jones is closing in on me, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Belfin the Beast is creeping up on MooTube, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Belfin the Beast and MooTube are locked in a tight battle for the 14th spot. Necrophantasm is driving a 1965 MGM GBG. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over 3 minutes. Amin Sun is closing in on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take the 12th place. Yielzelgaming and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 12th. Tugonit DTV is driving a 1948 Ferrari 166 Intertare. Their race seems to be a tough one with the slowest lap so far. Nearly 3 minutes. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Amy. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an impressive performance. You really drove your way to the top today. And a big shout out to Amundsen for grabbing the fastest lap. So you're the proud owner of that vintage Mini Cooper S. That car is a classic. Scott Dixon, you did an amazing job with all those overtakes. You'll be the proud owner of that beautiful 1948 Ferrari 166 Interdark. That's quite a prize. Thanks to everyone for racing today. Stay tuned for more AI car showdowns. Here's a fun fact for you. The New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval track is actually a mix of a traditional oval and a road course, which means drivers get to enjoy the thrill of high-speed oval racing and the technical challenge of a road course all in one race. It's like having two tracks in one and keeps both drivers and fans on the edge of their seats. Oh wow! This is quite the matchup. The Rebellion R1 is a sleek LMP1 car, built for speed and agility, especially on a technical track like New Hampshire. The Toyota TS040 Hybrid, while a formidable hybrid endurance racer, is maybe a tad less nimble in this kind of short, twisty circuit. If I had to put my money down, I'd give the edge to Cruikshank's Rebellion R1. It's designed for rapid acceleration and sharp cornering, which are essential here. Brownleader 444's Toyota might have hybrid power, but in a race like this, pure agility and downforce usually come out on top. So I'd say Cruikshank has the upper hand. But hey, with AI driving, anything could happen. Let's see if the hybrid surprises us. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval, and Dor Rogue is leading the pack in pole position, driving a 2016 Audi R18 in the LMP1 class. Let's see how long that lead lasts. Amundsen has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Dor Rogue is right behind in second place, trying to keep up. The 89 is currently in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Senor Flip Floponen in 2020 is on a roll, climbing to 14th place. Orange Funk is making a move, now in 25th. Amundsen is also gaining ground, now in 27th. Things are heating up behind the front runners. Pippi Langstrump is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ablaaz is also on the move, grabbing the 14th spot with 3 overtakes. Necrophantasm is making a statement, jumping 5 places to 15th. Orange Funk is climbing fast, now in 19. TPKPA is making a move, now in 20. Katsuma Girl is on a roll, now in 21. Ablaza is climbing one spot to 13. Aminzan is closing in on Kistiflex, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Senor Flip Flopona 100 in 2020 is really having a rough time dropping 9 places to 23rd. Unstable and Woofer Life are nose to tail fighting for 8th. Necrophantasm is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Unstable just snuck into 8th place. GN Prime and Cobber both climbing 1 spot, now sitting in 23rd and 24th. Looks like some steady progress. Unstable is really pushing to catch ground leader 444. K-Seflex is closing in on K-Zoomer Girl. BioArt is making a move on Senor Flip Flopone 100 in 2020. Kashka is climbing to 4th place. Necrophantasm is closing in on Ablaze, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Oskatsarat is making a move to 16th place. Nuhuai Life is on a roll climbing to 6th place. Scott Dixon is dropping like a stone, now 12. I Raphael is making a move, now in 4th. No, is chipping away at Brown leader 444's lead, closing in by another 1.3 seconds. Amy is climbing 2 spots to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up 2 spots to 8. Spearlike is on a roll, climbing from behind to 9th place after overtaking 5 cars. Orangefunk is also making moves, jumping 7 spots to 10th. Betsmar is not far behind, advancing 5 positions to 11. The race is heating up. Newful Life is on the move, climbing up to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrom is making a strong push, grabbing 3rd after overtaking 4 cars. Ingle McCringleberry is also gaining ground, moving up to 5th by overtaking 3 cars. Spearlike Hail is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Betsmar is right behind, also moving up 3 spots to 8. GMM Prime is making a push, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 11th. Things are heating up in the midfield. Wow, Dar Rogue just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Door Rogue, you completely dominated that race. Congratulations on your win. You definitely earned that victory and showed some serious skill out there. And a big shout out to New for Life for the most overtakes. You're now in the running to claim that sleek 2014 Rebellion R1 Air. Keep pushing and you might just drive away with it. Alright everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to do it before they're all gone. Don't make me pick one for you, because trust me, you won't like my taste. Hurry up and get those choices in. Here's a fun fact about the 2004 Nissan 350Z. It was known for its sleek, sporty design and impressive performance for a car in its class. It actually helped revive Nissan's sports car reputation and became a favorite among car enthusiasts for its balance of power and affordability. Plus, it was a popular choice for tuning and modifications, so it's basically a blank canvas for car geeks. Alright folks, our contenders for today are Simple Markers with a 2010 Subaru Legacy and Brando Buster with a 2009 Mooncraft Shiden. Now, looking at these options, the Subaru is known for its reliability and rally heritage, but it's a bit older and probably more suited to hitting gravel than the tight corners of twin-ring MotoGP. On the other hand, the Mooncraft Shiden is a racing machine built for aerodynamics and speed, so it might have the edge when it comes to handling those sharp turns and straightaways. Given that, I'd say Brando Buster's Shiden might just have the upper hand. But you never know with AI racing, especially since driver skill is simulated, and the car's characteristics really come into play. Still, my bet is on the Shiden to cross that finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Twin Ring Motegi. GP Gina Jones is starting on pole in a classic 20th 911. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Thomas Moran is holding second place, just behind her. Tron is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Thomas Moran and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce duel for first place. Dehi Per7 just gained one position and is now in third. Lokjon 7 also moved up one spot and is now in fourth. Dehi Per7 and Lokjon 7 are now battling it out for third place. Dongertson 3 is making a strong push up to sixth place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast to 13th. I am moving up 2 spots to 4th. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Scott Dixon is dropping like a stone, now in 21st. Vehai Perzevan is inching closer to the front, now in second place. Scott Dixon is on a tier, climbing from way back to take the lead. Gina Jones is hanging close, making it a real fight for first place. Tyler and Pippi Langstrup are nose to nose for ninth. Looks like a close one. N-Body Notes is charging through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gina Jones is climbing to the top spot. The Hyper 7 is also moving up, now in second place. The Hyper 7 just snatched the lead from nowhere. Tyler is climbing up to 8. Hingle-made Kringleberry is making a move to 9. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. N-Body Notes is climbing to 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move into the top 10. Amy is dropping back to 20. The Hyper 7 and Amy are neck and neck for the lead. Maya and Thomas Moran are locked in a close fight for 4th place. The Hyper 7 and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Maya just slipped into 4th place, climbing the ranks. N-Body Notes and Danger Zone 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. The Hyper 7 is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved up to 2nd. And I've snuck into 3rd. Looks like a tight battle for the podium. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing to 7th place. N-Body Notes and Hingle are still neck and neck for that spot. School Bus Wustafi is inching up to 10th place. Neotexum advances to 14th place. Aminsan also climbs to 15th place. BioArt and Aminsan are neck and neck for the 15th spot. Aminsan just moved up 1 spot to 14. James Misk is closing in on BioArt, cutting the gap by 2.1. Amy is hot on New for Life's tail, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. New for Life just overtook someone to move into the 18th place. Amy is gaining on simple markers, closing the gap by over a second. Brando Booster is climbing up to 11th place. Aminsan is also moving forward to 13. Looks like they're both feeling the push today. Amy is gaining on simple markers, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Neotexum is catching Shron, now only 1.2 seconds behind. N-Body Notes is climbing up to 7th place. Amy is closing in on simple markers, cutting the gap by 3.3 seconds. N-Body Notes just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Tyler and N-Body Notes are nose to nose for 6th position. Amy is gaining on simple markers, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Dongetson 3 is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Tyler has gained 2 spots, moving into 5th. Hingle Kringleberry also moved up 2 spots into 6th. Maya is driving a 23 Ferrari 360. She's currently in 3rd place and has the 3rd fastest lap of the race. Looks like she's holding her own pretty well. Domritz on 3 is climbing up to 3rd place. Brando Booster is making a move to 10th. Neo Texum is chipping away at Amundsen's lead, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Domritz on 3 just overtook for 2nd place. The Hyper 7 and Domritz on 3 are nose to tail for the lead. Amy is closing in on simple markers, chipping away at the gap. Gina Jones is closing in on Domritz on 3 fast, less than 12 seconds behind now. Tyler is catching up to Maya by a tiny bit, just over a second. Amy is closing in on simple markers, a little more than a second and a half. Wow. The Hyper 7 just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Congratulations to the Hyper 7. Well done on claiming the victory. You really drove that AI car like a pro. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a shiny 2015 Mercedes-AMG GT 300. Nice speed. Hingley Kringleberry, you're the overtaking champion today. You can take home the 2004 Nissan 350Z. Impressive moves out there. Sure thing. Did you know that the Autodrome Most track is actually built on a former mining area? It's like turning a place with a heavy history into a high-speed playground. Talk about a comeback story for a forgotten site. Well, with deluxe combo behind the wheel of that mighty BMW M8 GT, I'd say they've got a serious shot. That car is known for its power and agility, especially on a track like Autodrome Most. On the other hand, Gina Jones with the 2016 Ford GT LMGTE is no slouch either. It's a beautiful machine, and quite competitive, but I'd give the edge to Deluxe Combo's BMW, just based on the newer model and its track record for speed. Still, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Autodrome Most with New for Life leading the pack in the GTE class. Driving a sleek 2018 Toyota FT1G. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position, or if the others will surprise us. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrumpf in second, and Deluxe Combo holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook for the lead. Nova Life is not giving up easily. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to tail for fourth place. Deluxe Combo is now in second place. Uncanny Buddy has climbed to 12th. Yeezy Productions is now in 20th. Maya just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Bubote is closing in on Spear Like Hail for 10th. This race is heating up at the back. Vargala Svet is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 12. Velocitor 14 is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 14. Bubute is having a tough time, dropping 11 positions to 21. Our Special is climbing 1 spot to 12th place. Sputnik NZ is also moving up 1 spot to 21 place. Gina Jones is driving a 2016 Ford GTL MGTE. She's currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like she's keeping it smooth but not making any big moves yet. Spear Like Hail is closing in on Sputnik NZ, cutting the gap by almost 6 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Anonymous 93 is now in 10th, after gaining 1 spot. Spear Like Hail is driving a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE, a sleek and agile choice. They are currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but need to pick up the pace to climb higher. Spear Like Hail is gaining fast on Sputnik NZ, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Mayax Revenus are nose to nose for 6th place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 8th. New for Life is now in 1st place. Bobardo and Hermit Media are still neck and neck for 15th. Super Siggy has gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is right behind, also climbing fast into 6th place with 3 overtakes. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing 2 spots to secure 2nd place. Anonymous 93 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Uncanny Buddy and Vargala Set are right behind, both making moves to crack into the top 10. Looks like a tight battle forming. New for Life is leading the race in a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. They've set the fastest lap so far and seem to be comfortably in front. Looks like they're cruising at the front with no serious threats yet. Hingo McCringleberry is holding on to 5th place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. GC Productions just moved up 1 spot to 15, and is now in a fierce fight with Super Siggy for that same position. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Aussie Twotu and Sputnik NZ are both climbing, now in 15th and 16th. Amy's making a move towards the top 5. Hingo McCringleberry and Amy are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 creeping closer, chipping away at Hingel's lead by a second and a half. KP Langstrom is on the hunt for Super Siggy, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Bobardo is driving a 2006 Paninos Esperante GT LM Evo Tail. He's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like he's just cruising along, maybe saving some for later. Anonymous Ninity 3 is driving a 2005 Aston Martin DB RS9, which is holding a solid 8th place. Looks like they're holding their own in the GTS class, staying competitive with the fastest lap just over 140. Not bad for a car that's a bit older. Wow, what a surprise. Congratulations on winning the race. Move for life. Guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Congratulations to Nevu for Life on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap too. They can now claim the sleek 2018 Toyota FT1. GD Gina Jones, you also did an amazing job winning the bet race. So you get to take home the stylish 2016 4G Elman GT. Well done to both of you, and to everyone else for putting up a great show. Sure thing. Did you know that V8 supercars are known for their incredible sound? When these cars roar past, it's like a symphony of raw power, and some fans say it's almost better than the race itself. Plus, despite all that muscle, they're actually built to be tough and reliable enough to keep going lap after lap without breaking down. It's like race car durability meets concert hall thunder. Alright, so we've got New for Life zooming in with a pretty beefy 2013 Holden Commodore V. F and Gina Jones rolling in with the newer 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. The ZB is a bit newer and probably a tad more advanced with tech, but the VF has that classic muscle car charm that can sometimes surprise you. Since Magni Cores is a mix of twists and straights, the ZB's modern aerodynamics might give Gina an edge on the faster sections. But don't count out New for Life's older model. They can be surprisingly quick when driven with some attitude. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Gina's ZB for a slight advantage. But this could turn into a fun unpredictability fest. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Magni Cores track, and Bill the old guy is leading the pack from pole position, riding a 2019 Ford Mustang in the V8 Supercars class. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Bill the old guy is leading the race, followed closely by Exema in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Exema is holding on to second place for now, but Scott Dixon is right behind him. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to fifth, looking to make a move. Scott Dixon and Bill the old guy are nose to tail for the lead. Exema is right behind Scott Dixon, pushing for second place. Spear Like Hail and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Gina Jones is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. She's currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a 2019 Ford Mustang, and it looks like they're holding a solid 6th place. The race seems pretty tight up front, but they're staying in the mix. Spear Like Hail is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Husky Hogue is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang and currently sits in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. New for Life is holding 8th, but Gina Jones is just behind in 10th. Looks like Gina might have a shot if New for Life slips up. Kufo is now in 3rd place, closing the gap on Exema. They're locked in a tight fight for that spot. Spear Like Hail is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Gina Jones is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. She's currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much progress. New for Life is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Looks like they're stuck in 8th place, probably just holding on for dear life. The V8 supercars on this track seem evenly matched, but the tight competition suggests driver skill and strategy are more decisive than car differences. The V8 supercars at Magny-Cours seem to favor the older, more powerful models with consistent lap times. The track's mix of tight corners and long straights plays to their strengths, keeping the race tight and competitive. Lord Secretsby is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're holding steady in the middle of the pack, just behind Gina Jones and ahead of Maya. Looks like they're keeping it consistent so far. Spear Like Hail is making a move up to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Spear Like Hail are nose to nose in that battle for 5th. Spear Like Hail is on a roll, now leading the race after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 15th. Bill the Old Guy and Spear Like Hail are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Bill Kai is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 2nd. Kufo is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. Lord Secretsby and Amy are nose to nose for 9th place. Aisley is chopping down BioArt's lead now, just 1.2 seconds behind. The V8 supercars are showing solid performance at Magny-Cours with close lap times. The track favors these powerful machines, but tire management and driver skill are making the difference in overtakes and positions. The BioArt is climbing to 11th place. Aisley is catching up to 12th place. Looks like a little battle shaping up. Maya is currently in 11th place with the fastest lap of 1:49.583. Her Ford Falcon FGX is holding steady, but she's got some work to do to catch up to the leaders. Kufo is really having a tough time, dropping 9 places to 12. Ihebe Ixema is climbing up to 3rd, and Nufalife is sneaking into 4th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Kufo is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima, which is a bit older but still holding strong in 13th place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:46.9, so they're definitely pushing hard. Looks like they're trying to make a move up the field. Congratulations to Bill the Old Guy on winning the race. Looks like experience still beats youth sometimes. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Bill the old guy on winning the race. That was an impressive performance. And hey, New for Life, you snagged the fastest lap. So you get the 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Nice job. Looks like some well-earned prizes today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd bet on the 2014 Norma M20 FC. It's built for real racing with some serious downforce and aerodynamics. The other cars are pretty interesting, but the Norma looks like it's made to tear up a circuit like Ruapuna Park. Plus, its purpose-built race car design probably gives it a pretty solid edge in handling and speed. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final pick before the time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which car takes the win. Wow, what a matchup! Hingham McCringleberry in that vintage 1996 Ozella PA20 BMW is definitely bringing some old-school charm to the race. It's got history but probably not the speed advantage. On the other hand, Amy is in a 2019 Radical SR5, which is pretty much a modern racing beast with all the latest tech and aerodynamics. Honestly, I'd put my money on Amy. That Radical should have the edge in speed and agility on Ruapuna Park. Hingham might make it interesting with some classic finesse, but I think Amy's newer, sleeker car will take it in the end. Let's see if the AI drivers prove me wrong. Alright folks, the race is underway at Ruapuna Park, and leading the pack is New for Life in the pole position, cruising in a 2012 Praga 1 Dado. Looks like they've got a solid start, but let's see if anyone can catch up. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. New for Life is right behind in second place, and I, Maya, am holding on to third for now. Let's see if I can keep up. Maya just overtook for second place. Gina Jones and Amy are still nose to tail for fourth. Hingham McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Slipsleeta Gaming is now in 10th. Red Panda Manatee 4 has moved into 11th. New for Life is really closing the gap on me. Just a second behind now. Architect is climbing up to 14th place, making some moves. Red Panda Manatee 4 is in 6th place with a Mazda MX-5 Cup Tot. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. No Life is leading the race with a 2012 Praga R1. Looks like they're holding on to that first place pretty comfortably so far. New Life is leading the race in a 2012 Praga R1. And they seem to be holding a solid advantage at the moment. Pippi Langstrup and Gina Jones are locked in a tight battle for 6th place. Slipsleader Gaming is climbing up to 9th. Merchicken Live is inching into 12th. Maya just snatched the lead from the 2nd place racer. Amy is closing in, climbing 2 spots to 2nd. Pippi Langstrup is making a move, now in 6th place after climbing 1 spot. Gina Jones is slicing through the field, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Life is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Slipsleader Gaming and Karavainen are locked in a tight duel for 8th place, wheel to wheel. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is now in 6th. Karavainen has moved into 7th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Red Pandaman in E4 is climbing to 10th place. Merchicken Live is now 11th. Architect is making a move to 12th, advancing 2 spots. Slipsleader Gaming is driving a Hyundai Elantra. Their race looks pretty tough with no recorded lap time, and a position in the lower half. Slipsleader Gaming is in 9th place, driving a Hyundai Elantra. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Team Tenatia is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift, and they are currently in the last place, so their race is not looking great. Amy's pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still behind Maya. Looks like he's trying to catch up before the race ends. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win. Looks like all that racing practice paid off. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Wow! What an incredible race! Big congratulations to Amy for taking the victory. You really drove that AI car to the limit. Now, the exciting part. Pippi Langstrup is standing by with the fastest lap. Pippi, you've earned yourself a 1996 Ocella Pia 20 BMW, a true classic. And Amy, since you won the race in the bet, you get to claim that sleek 2019 Radical SR5. Well done to both of you. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't make me pick one for you. Because trust me, you don't want to see my car choices. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow! What a classic showdown we've got here. Gina Jones cruising in that vintage Mercury Cougar versus Mermoidar in the Chevrolet Camaro. Both are iconic, but I gotta say, the Camaro from 1969 has a bit of a reputation for muscle and raw power. The Mercury Cougar from 1967 is sleek and stylish, but in terms of straight-up racing performance, the Camaro might have the edge. Of course, it all depends on how the AI handles the curves and the technical parts of Algarve. But if I had to put my virtual chips down, I'd say the Camaro has a slight advantage just because of its reputation for muscle and speed. Still, don't count out Gina's Cougar. Sometimes style and agility can shake things up. So, I'll give the nod to the Camaro for this one. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Algarve with Amy in the vintage Trans Am class. She's on pole position driving a classic 1967 Mercury Cougar. Let's see if that vintage muscle can stay ahead or if the modern machines will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed by Hingle McCringleberry in second, and Gina Jones in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Vagala Svet is charging through the field, now in the top 20 after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is climbing steadily now just behind the leader in second place. New for Life and Mermudar are locked in a fierce duel for fourth place. No room for error there. Ixragnarox is now in 6th place after overtaking someone. Chizendashauer and Ixragnarox are still battling for 6th position. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 8th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Neotexum is climbing up to take the 14th spot. Telescope Bima and Neotexum are nose-to-nose for 14th position. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langström are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Vagala Svet just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Telescopebeim and Vagala Svet are also fighting for 15th, so expect some fireworks there. Areyu Serial is now in 16th place, climbing 1 spot. Alan 656 has moved up to 20th place, also gaining 1 spot. New for Life is making a move and has just overtaken Muramudar to take the 4th place. They are now nose to nose in a close fight for that position. Muramudar is climbing fast into 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Muramudar are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Lisa Shibi is making a move up to 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Muramudar and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose fighting for 3rd. Bagala Svet is also climbing up the field, now in 14th place. Muramudar and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 3rd place. Lisa Shibi just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Aryu Serial and Lisa Shibi are also fighting for 16th, so expect some fireworks there. Muramudar is climbing up to 3rd place now. Hingle McCringleberry and Muramudar are nose to nose for that spot. Aryu Serial has gained 1 position and is now in 16th. Aryu Serial and Neotexum are battling for 15th. Muramudar is really stalking Gina Jones, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Lisa Shibi just snuck into the top 16, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a vintage Mercury Cougar from 1967. He's currently in 3rd place, but has the slowest, fastest lap among the top 3. Looks like he's hanging on but not setting the pace. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 8th place. Lisa Shibi and Neotexum are locked in a close fight for 15th. Pippi Langstrump and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th place. Lisa Shibi just gained 1 spot and is now 15th. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Cheese and Dashauer. Looks like a tight duel for 7th place. Maya is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 9th position. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th place. Crystal 33 is making a move to 20. Bagala Svet is driving a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. They're currently in 15th place, just behind Lisa Shibi. Looks like a steady but slow pace with a best lap of 2 minutes and 27 seconds. U20 Plays is driving a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, a classic light racing car, lightweight. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time so far, and a position way back in the 13th spot. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Well done. Wow, Amy just took the checkered flag. Congratulations, Amy. You really showed us what you're made of. And great job to Gina Jones. Winning the bet race means you get to claim that classic 1967 Mercury Cougar. Well played. Pippi Langström, you really went all out with the overtakes today. The most moves on the track deserve a vintage 1968 Dodge Dart. Dick Dart. Nice work. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage supercars racing cars are like fine wines? They only get more impressive with age, and back in the day, they were the rock stars of the racing world. It's like a time capsule of design and engineering, showing us how far we've come. Although, I have to say, some of those classic curves probably made the modern ones blush. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and soon you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. So make your choice quick before the race starts and your car gets randomly assigned. Alright, so we've got Pippi Langström in a classic TVR Griffith 200 from 1963 and Ebony Shadow in a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. Both are pretty iconic choices, but the Griffith with its lightweight and nimbleness might have an edge through the chicane. The Lamborghini, while more powerful, might struggle a bit with the tight turns. I'd say Pippi's car could potentially make up some ground with agility, but Ebony Shadow's brute strength could be competitive if they managed to keep the car on the road. My gut says Pippi might have a slight advantage, but this one's going to be close. Do you have a feeling who will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the chicane-filled Circuit du Var, and Gina Jones is leading the pack in her vintage 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray. Looks like she's got the early lead, but with these cars, anything can happen. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Pippi Langström in second place, and Ebony Shadow in third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. New for life. Just overtook someone to grab third place. Exo is climbing up to fifth. Exo and Ebony Shadow are nose to nose for fourth. Maya is now in seventh place, closing in on the top six. Amy has climbed to ninth, just behind the pack. Gabby the Minimac is driving a 1970 Plymouth Superbird, known for its aerodynamic design and high speed. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making any major moves yet. Scott Dixon is on a roll, overtaking 10 cars to grab the lead. Gina Jones is not giving up easily, sticking close behind him in this tight battle for first place. Gina Jones is now in first place. Pippi Langstrom is in second. No For Life has climbed to third. Looks like the top 3 are changing gears. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1967 Plymouth GTX, a classic muscle car known for its powerful V8 engine. Looks like Hingle is holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Maya is holding steady in 7th place, while Amy is creeping closer, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Scott Dixon is now just behind Hingle McCringleberry, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Gabby the Minimac is driving a 1970 Plymouth Superbird, a classic muscle car known for its aerodynamic design. They're currently in 5th place, so they're holding a decent position, but haven't made any big moves yet. Gina Jones is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like she's got this race under control. The tight chicane is shaking up the order with some overtakes and mistakes, especially for the slower cars. Gina's got the lead and the fastest lap. Looks like she's in control, but with 2 laps to go, anything can happen. XOSS is driving a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi, known for its muscle and power. They are currently in 6th place, just ahead of the pack, but their lap time suggests they're not quite as quick as the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1967 Plymouth GTX, a muscle car known for its powerful V8 engine. Looks like Hingle is holding a solid position in the middle of the pack, just behind the top contenders. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1967 Plymouth GTX. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying consistent. The chicane is shaking things up, causing some overtakes and slowing down others. It's definitely a test of precision and patience. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1967 Plymouth GTX, known for its muscle car heritage. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the pack, but his lap time suggests he's not quite matching the leaders. Noi for Life is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Girama. As they're currently in 3rd place, holding steady with a fastest lap of 1 minute 21.5 to 8. Looks like they're keeping pace pretty well. XOSS is driving a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi, known for its muscle and straight-line speed. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a solid race so far. The chicane is definitely shaking things up, causing some overtaking opportunities and slowing down the pack. Expect more drama as drivers navigate tight corners. Nonstop is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S. They're currently in third place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leader. Hippie is holding a slight lead over Ebony Shadow, but the gap is minimal. Both are pushing hard, so it's anyone's race to lose at this point. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like your chicane skills paid off and you crossed the finish line first. Well done. Wow. Gina Jones took the checkered flag? Congratulations. Looks like they really showed those AI cars who's boss. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for winning the bet race. You get yourself a classy 1963 TV R Griffith 200. Perfect for turning heads on the street. And Maya, you really went all out with the overtakes, huh? That's impressive. You can claim a vintage 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock. Now that's a ride that screams speed and style. Alright folks, the clock's ticking and the cars are waiting for your pick. Get those selections in before it's too late, or you'll end up with whatever the AI spat out for you. Alright, so we have Oscar Wolf behind a 1998 Mitsubishi FT, OJ GTC, and Hingle McCringleberry in a 1996 Mitsubishi GT. The GTO, on the other hand, is a bit more of a muscle car, with potentially more raw power, but less finesse around the curves. Given the track is Sitch's Terramar Reverse, which has some sharp turns and elevation changes, I think that FTO's lighter weight and handling advantages might give Oscar Wolf the edge. The GTO's power could help in straights, but I suspect the FTO will shine in the twisty bits, possibly giving Oscar a slight advantage overall. Still, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Expect surprises. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Sitges Terramar reverse track, and up front, we've got Oscar Wolf in the Retro GT 500 class, piloting a classic 1998 Mitsubishi FT. Oh JGT! Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Ingo McCringleberry has shot off the line to take an early lead. Oscar Wolf is holding strong in second place. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, probably already planning her next move. Kyroscope is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 10. Justin Gulks is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Amy is advancing 1 position to second place. Maya is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Scott Dixon and Amy are still neck and neck for 4th place. Gina Jones has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Maya is right behind Ingo McCringleberry, now just a second apart. Looks like a showdown for the lead. Scott Dixon has climbed into 4th place, closing the gap on the top 3. Maya has just overtaken to take the lead. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 7th place. Oscar Wolf and Pippi are nose to tail for 7. Move Life is now in 2nd place. Gina Jones is cutting down the distance to Scott Dixon by a full second. Justin Gilks has climbed to 11th position. Matrixco and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for 12th place. Abomsi just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Velocitor 14 and Abomsi are also fighting hard for that same spot. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on them for life, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Kyroscope and Gabby Thaminimac are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Matrixco is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to 12th. New for Life just snatched the lead, leaving the others in the dust. Scott Dixon is closing in on 2nd place, but Maya is right behind him, making it a tight squeeze for that 2nd spot. Gina Jones and Ingo McCringleberry are locked in a tight fight for 4th place. Amy is closing in fast, chipping away at Gina's lead by 1.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Velocitor 14 and Abomsi are nose to nose for the 14th position. Amy is driving a 1989 Ferrari F40 Competizione. She's currently in 7th place, trailing the leaders by quite a bit. Her fastest lap is over 28 seconds, so she's not exactly setting the pace. Amy is gaining on Ingo McCringleberry, now just a second behind. Velocitor 14 and Abomsi are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Velocitor 14 just overtook Abomsi, and now they are battling for the 14th place. Looks like Velocitor 14 is determined to climb higher. Abomsi is not giving up easily though. Amobius just overtook someone to move into the 16th place. Queen Manda and Amobius are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Wow. Looks like New Fur Life just took the crown. Guess they're the fastest in the game today. Wow, New for Life really pulled it off. Let's give them a big round of applause for that win. Great race! And congratulations to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. A 1994 Nissan 300Z DX Turbo Inisa? Huh? That's quite the classic. Time to add some retro flair to the garage. Ingo McCringleberry, you also did an impressive job winning the bet race. A 1996 Mitsubishi GTO. Nice choice. Looks like your winning streak is alive and well. Guess we're all winning here today. Thanks for racing, everyone. Here's a fun fact about the 2000 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra Air. It was built for the serious track day enthusiast, and only 50 of these were ever made. That limited production makes it a pretty rare gem in the muscle car world. Plus, it packed a punch with its 5.4-liter V8 engine, which was a bit of a beast back in the day. So, owning one is like having a piece of American muscle history, with a pretty exclusive twist. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking down fast, so don't miss out on your chance to see which car will dominate this race. Get your choices in before it's too late. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad you could join us again. Get ready to see some epic AI racing action. Alright, we've got Zasatur in that sleek Porsche 718, Cayman GT4, and Justin Gilks cruising in a Ferrari Portofino. Both fantastic cars, but the Porsche's got that low center of gravity and sharp handling, making it a real nimble contender on a tight circuit like Bajkarniki Big Ring. Meanwhile, the Ferrari Portofino is a beautiful car with serious speed, especially in straight lines, but might struggle a bit on the more technical turns. If it comes down to cornering and agility, I'd give the edge to Zasatur in the Porsche. But if Justin Gilks can utilize the Ferrari's raw power in the straights and avoid overcooking the curves, it could still be a close call. Overall, I think the Porsche might just have the slight upper hand here, but hey, with AI driving, anything could happen. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bajkarniki Big Ring, and pole position goes to Rookie Mariki in a 2016 Alfa Romeo Giulia QV. Let's see if that Italian stallion can hold on to the lid. Rookie Miyuki has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Anarchizix is right behind in second, and Wolf of Eco is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Wrestling 567 just overtook Brandobuster for 6th place. Brandobuster is not giving up easily though. Justin Gilks is closing in on 8th place after moving up one spot. Maya is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Amy is closing in on the top 3, gaining 1 spot. Ovidus is making a move, now in 11th. The race is heating up. Pumpkin of Glory has climbed to 4th place. Wrestling 567 has moved into 5th. Justin Gilks has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Hinga McCringleberry is climbing fast into the top 15. Oteliatorius is also making moves, now in the 16th spot. J Boogie is on a roll, overtaking 6 cars and landing in the 17th position. Justin Gilks is closing in on Wrestling 567, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. New for Life is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to take 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 14th place. J Boogie is narrowing the gap on Oteliatorius by 2.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Xaceter for the 13th place. Looks like a close fight there. Druarfals is closing in on Stank It fast, just 19.7 seconds behind now. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, up 2 spots to 11. Wolf of Eco is closing in on Justin Gilks, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up 1 spot to 10. Oteliatorius is also climbing 1 spot to 14. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 9th place. Maya and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. J Boogie is chipping away at Xaceter, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wolf of Eco is inching closer to Justin Gilks, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on J Boogie, closing it by 1.7 seconds. Druarfals is catching Stank It, reducing the distance by 1.9 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 just overtook someone to move into the top 20. Stank It and Wayne Trinity 4 are now nose to nose for 18th place. Brando Booster is right behind Maya now, closing the gap by 1 second. G Boogie has climbed 1 spot to 14. Scott Dixon is gaining on Druarfals, closing the distance by over a second. Inga McCringleberry and Ovidus are battling hard for 8th place. Stankit is closing in on Gina Jones, shaving off 1.3 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is hot on Stankit's tail, closing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Wolf of Eco is gaining on Justin Gilks, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Hippie Langstrump is making moves up to 11th. Maya is maintaining her position, but the gap to the car ahead is shrinking. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. The battle for 6th place between Hingo McCringleberry and Justin Gilks is heating up, with both cars nose to tail. Wolf of Eco is gaining on Hingo McCringleberry, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Ovidus is also catching up to Wolf of Eco at the same pace. Pippi Langstrump and I are locked in a close fight for 10th place. So expect some fireworks soon. Hingo McCringleberry is gaining on Justin Gilks and closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Stankit is inching closer to Gina Jones, just a 1 second difference. Wayne Trinity 4 is hot on Stankit's tail, closing in by a little over a second. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is now 9th. Otto Liatorius is in 13th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Wrestling 567 is right behind him, both battling for that spot. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Druerfalls, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Wolf of Eco is closing the gap on Justin Gilks by a second and a tenth. Maya and Wolf of Eco are nose to tail for 8th place. Wow, Ruki Miriki really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest one out there. Wow. Rookie Miriki really dominated that race. Big congratulations to them. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, you earned the fastest lap. So you get to take home a 2016 Hennessy Venom GT. That's quite the reward for speed, so enjoy it. Sure thing. Did you know that GT1 racing cars were basically the supermodels of the racing world back in the early 2000s? They were so wild and powerful that manufacturers like Ferrari, Aston Martin, and Chevrolet went all out to build cars that looked like they belonged on a spaceship. It was like a car fashion show with engines instead of runway walks. Plus, these cars could hit speeds of over 200 miles per hour, making them the real speed demons of their time. Alright everyone, the countdown is about to end, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. Don't let your chance to influence this epic AI race slip away. Get those picks in before it's too late. Hey there, Idik Shadowani. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI car racing action. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey Shadows One. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit tight and enjoy the race. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Gina Jones in a Lotus Elise GT1 versus Hingle McCringleberry in a Honda SX GT500. Both are iconic in their own right. But I have to say the car choice might give Hingle a slight edge here. The NSX GT500 is designed for speed and power, which could be the key around Montmello Rallycross. Gina's Lotus, while nimble and lightweight, might struggle a bit against that raw horsepower. Still, anything can happen in these AI races, so I'm excited to see how it plays out. What do you guys think? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Montmello. Gina Jones is starting on pole in a classic 1997 Lotus Elise G 1D1. Let's see if her vintage ride can hold up. Gina Jones is leading the race with a strong start. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place. Closely behind, Amy is in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Gina Jones is leading in her Lotus Elise GT1, a lightweight and agile car known for sharp handling. She's maintaining a strong pace and seems to have a comfortable lead so far. Hingle McCringleberry's Honda News XG T500 is holding second place and seems to be maintaining a steady pace. Looks like they're not making any bold moves but staying consistent. Amin-san is inching closer to Amy, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing up the field, taking over 6th place. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 1997 Lotus Elise GT1. Looks like she's got a solid grip on the front, but the race is still wide open. Nufa Life is driving a Nissan Skyline GT R33LM, a car known for its legendary status in racing history. Looks like their race is pretty steady in the 9th spot, not much action happening around them. Scott Dixon is showing some serious speed with that fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in his Honda SX GT 500, showing strong pace with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's got the car to beat today. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a Honda SX GT 500, a car known for its balance and agility. Looks like he's holding a steady pace and enjoying the front spot so far. Scott Dixon is definitely making a statement with that fastest lap, but he's still a couple of places behind the leaders. Looks like he's got the pace, but needs a bit more to move up. Scott Dixon is making a move with that fastest lap, but he's still a few spots behind the leaders. He is definitely not giving up yet. Scott Dixon is driving a Ferrari F50 GT, starting from 7th and now in 5th. He's got the fastest lap so far, a 52.33. Looks like he's pushing hard to climb up. Looks like Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Amundsen are also locked in a close fight for 4th. The race is heating up with those battles. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Scott Dixon is hot on her tail, moving up to 3rd. Amy has claimed 2nd place, but the leader is still holding strong at the front. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amundsen has gained 2 spots and is in 4th. Pippi Langström has also moved up 2 spots into 5th. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon's Ferrari F50 GT is showing some serious speed with the fastest lap of the race. He's moved up to 8th place and looks like he's on a charge. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Scott Dixon is moving up to 7th. Looks like they're both eager to get closer to the front. Edic Shadowanya just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Gina Jones is sticking close. Looks like a real battle for the top spot. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the track. Well done. Congratulations to Gina Jones for taking the top spot. Well done on winning the race, Gina. You raced like a true champion today. Now, for the drivers who can claim some amazing cars, here's the scoop. Scott Dixon, you've nailed the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. You're now eligible to claim the legendary 1996 Ferrari F50 GT, a true beast from GT1. Amy, you went all out with the most overtakes. So you're in the running for the 1997 Panos Esperante GTR1. Also a GT1 beauty. Great effort from everyone today. Keep those engines roaring. Actually, there isn't a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Saint the Lamborghini. Huracan itself was introduced in 2014, but the Saint version is a bit of a mystery and not part of the official lineup. It could be a fun mix-up or a custom build, but in reality, Lamborghini doesn't have a model called the Huracan Saint. Pretty interesting, right? Just shows how much creativity can come into play in the car world. Alright. With those stats, Amy seems pretty seasoned. Over 2,400 races, and a win rate that's decent but not unbeatable. Hellskank is a mystery, so it's a bit of a wild card. My gut says Amy's experience might give her the edge, but hey, with AI racing anything can happen. It's all about who hits that perfect line first. Let's see if Amy's track record holds up or if the unknown Hellskank crashes the party. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Queensland National. Rumi Fistertin is starting on pole in the 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Looks like a fancy one to keep an eye on. Let's see if it can hold that lead. Rumi Fistertin has taken an early lead, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place. New for Life is holding on to third for now. Looks like a tight start. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to the top spot. Adam Flash is also moving up, now in third. Adam Flash and Rami Fistertin are nose to nose for second place. Adam Flash just overtook someone to take second place. Hellskank is also climbing up one spot to sit in fourth. Hellskank and Rumi Fistertin are nose to nose for third place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Zealand Fox 213 is climbing up to 8th place. Starbucks is making a move to 14th. Hellskank is climbing up to 3rd place. Rumi Fistertin and Hellskank are nose to tail for that spot. Shikomaru is advancing to 9th. Shikomaru and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Shikomaru just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Silent Fox 213 and Shikomaru are nose to nose for 8th. Navling and Christgopher are locked in a close fight for 15th. No for life. Just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on 5th, now just behind Rummy is 13. They're neck and neck for that spot. Christopher is driving a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in the middle, without much action around them. Hingo McCringleberry is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to seal the deal, unless someone else pulls a miracle. Dylan Fox 213 is climbing up to 7th place. Amy and Silent Fox 213 are neck and neck for 7th. Just Penchaxi is advancing to 10th place. Shikamaru just overtook someone to take 8th place. Amy and Shikamaru are nose to nose for 8. Gina Jones and VD39 are battling hard for 11. Shikamaru is trying to squeeze past Amy for 8th place. Just Panchakes is holding tight against Amy for 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th, leaving some behind. Beat 39 is driving a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo with a fastest lap of 1:14.253. They're currently in the 12th place, struggling a bit with pace but holding their position. The track's tight corners and quick straights are favoring the aggressive drivers up front while causing some slip-ups for the back markers. Maya is currently in 14th place with a fastest lap of 1:13.68. Her car is a Lamborghini Huracan Saint, and she's about mid-pack. Looks like she's holding her own but still has room to improve. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like all that training paid off. Congratulations on the victory! Wow! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the crown? Nice job on the race win and snagging the fastest lap. That Lamborghini Huracan Saint is definitely a sweet prize. And Pippi Langstrumpf, fantastic effort on the overtakes. You've earned yourself that Lamborghini too. Looks like we're having some very stylish winners today. Here's a fun fact for you all about the Termas de Rio Hondo track. It's actually built on what used to be a natural hot springs resort. So technically, when the bikes are blazing around, they're probably just heating up the earth a little more underneath. Not quite the typical racetrack origin story. But hey, it adds a little extra heat to the competition, right? Alright, so we've got Apex Milkbag in the Williams and Gina Jones in the McLaren. Thinking about the track at Termes de Rio Hondo, which is known for its twisty and technical layout, the car choice really matters. The Williams FW40 from 2017 was a solid car back in its day, but wasn't exactly a speed demon on corners. Gina's McLaren MCL32 from the same year, on the other hand, was often praised for decent handling but lacked raw power. It's a close call, but I'd probably lean slightly toward Gina, just because the McLaren might handle the tight sections a bit better. Still, don't count out Apex Milkbag's Williams. Sometimes, driver skill and a good setup on race day swing the race in your favor. Let's see who pulls ahead. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Termes de Rio Hondo, and Sert Gamingate is starting on pole in a sleek 2017 Red Bull RB 13 de Watt. Looks like a promising start for the top spot. Sert Gamingate has taken an early lead, with Pippi Langström right behind in second. Amy is holding third but expects some action to shake things up soon. Ataplasm and Amy are nose to nose for third place. New for Life just climbed one spot to sixth. New for Life and Senior Flip Flopone 120-20 are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Gina Jones and Apex Milkbag are nose to tail for 8th place. Wrestling 567 is sneaking into the top 12. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top 15. Ragu is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Rundum 69 is also making moves, now in 14th. Gina Jones is having a tough time dropping to 17th. Yesterone 133,796 is climbing up to 6th place. Dishonored Fox is narrowing the gap on New for Life by 1.6 seconds. Scott Dixon is moving into 12th place. Amy and Pippi Langström are nose to nose for 2nd place. Dishonored Fox and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 7th. Fragu just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Yesterone 133,796 is driving a Toro Rosso TR12. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding a decent position, but still have room to shake things up. Fragu climbs to 9th place. Wrestling 567 and Frag Out are nose to nose for 8. Scott Dixon advances to 10th. Ataplasm is driving a Red Bull RB13 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not quite in the hunt for the top spot. Ataplasm and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Maya and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 10th. Apex Milkbag is closing in on Dishonored Fox, shrinking the gap by 2 seconds. Amy is holding a strong position in 3rd and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a podium. Hellskank is driving a Force India V JM10. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time so far and a position near the back of the pack. Mew for Life is gaining on just around 133,796, closing the gap to just a few car lengths now. Maya has climbed to 10th place, making some solid progress. Hellskank is right behind Scott Dixon. The pressure is on with 1.6 seconds separating them. Dishonored Fox is climbing up to 16th place. Apex Milkbag is also moving up to 17th place. Yesteron, 133,796, is driving a Toro Rosso STR 12 with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 20 seconds, and 68 milliseconds. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Wow, Cirque Gamingate really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, congratulations to Cirque Gamingate for winning the race. That was a fantastic display of skill and strategy. Well-deserved victory. And hey, Maya here. I managed to do the most overtakes today. I guess I'll be claiming the 2017 Renault RS17 from F1 2017. Can't wait to see how I handle that beast. If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the Lamborghini Huracan Performante would have a good shot at winning. Its combination of agility, raw power, and aerodynamic efficiency should serve it well on the Circuit Assen Retro Circuit, which favors nimble handling and speed. Plus, it's got that fierce look that's just begging to dominate a race like this. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down, so make your picks before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI car race to victory. You better hurry up or we'll be stuck with whatever's left. Oh wow, we've got Battle of the Beasts here. The Noble M600 from 2012 is a serious contender with its powerful V8 engine and sleek design. But then again, the Radical SR8 from 2005 is a purebred racing machine, known for its incredible handling and lightweight build. Honestly, if the Radical can leverage its agility and keep the pace tight, it might just outmaneuver the Noble. But if the Noble manages to unleash its raw power early on, we could see it pulling ahead. It's a close call, but my gut says the Radical might just edge out the Noble on this tricky circuit. Either way, it's going to be a high-speed showdown. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuit S in Retro, and look at that! Gary 17 is starting on pole driving a 2011 Bekmono. Classic choice for some spicy racing action. Ablaze has shot off into the lead, holding the first place. Gary 17 is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Stabby Gale Killams is currently in third, hanging on tight. Zachary TV just overtook someone to take fifth place. Whip 3 out 25, and Zachary TV are nose to nose for fourth. New for Life is climbing up to 10th. Frankenbals is climbing up to 5th place. Crystal 33 is now in 7th. BOR has advanced to 11th. New for Life and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. HP Lootcraft just overtook someone to grab 12th. Marty Freeze is also climbing, now in 13th. Zachary TV just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Whip 3 out 25 is right behind him, both fighting for 4th. New for Life and Amy are nose to tail in a close scrap for 9th. Zachary TV is climbing to 4th place. Pumpkin Oaklery is now in 7th. New for Life has moved up to 9th. Gary 17 and Ablaze are nose to tail for the lead. Sputnik NZ and Hinkle McCringleberry are fighting hard for the last few points. Pumpkin Offglory and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 6th place. New for Life and Crystal 33 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. BOR is climbing up one spot to 12th. Marty Freeze is really taking the scenic route back to the pack at 21. Devix is climbing steadily to 14. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching up to 16, probably enjoying the view from behind. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 7th place. Pumpkin Oafglory and Crystal 33 are nose to nose for 7. HP Lootcraft is inching into the top 10. Sputnik NZ is holding a slight lead over Defizzards, but with only one lap to go, it's anyone's game. Both are in the middle of the pack, so overtaking will be tight. Roof for Life just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Defector is creeping up to 17. Looks like the race is heating up. Frankenbals and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Deserts is sneaking closer to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by over a second. Hingham McCringleberry is climbing up the field, grabbing 19th place. Pumpkin O'Flurry is climbing to 6th place. Hingham McCringleberry is making his way to 17th. Marty Freeze is catching up to Sputnik NZ, closing the gap by 3-4 seconds. Pumpkin O'Flurry and Whip 3 Out are neck and neck for 5th place. Crystal 33D just slipped into 8th. HP Lootcraft and Move for Life are fighting hard for 9th. Move for Life is climbing to 8th place. HP Lootcraft is now in 9th. Deserts has edged up to 13th. Marty Freeze is closing in fast on Gina Jones. Looks like the gap is shrinking quickly. HP Lootcraft just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Crystal 33 also moved up 1 spot to 9th. Things are heating up. HP Lootcraft is climbing to 7th place. Frankenbuzz and Lootcraft are nose to nose for 7th. Marty Freeze is catching Gina Jones, closing the gap by over a second. Pumpkin O'Flurry is climbing up to 5th place. Whip 3 Out 25. And Pumpkin O'Flurry are nose to nose for that spot. Der Fitzerts is inching closer to the top 12. Crystal 33 and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 8th place. Marty Freeze is creeping up on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Crystal 33 and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 8th place. Amy and New for Life are also fighting hard for 10th. Marty Freeze is creeping closer to Gina Jones, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Congratulations to Ablaze on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag and left everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, look at that. Ablaze took the victory. Congratulations. You really drove that AI car like a champion. I guess all those hours of virtual practice paid off. Well done. Sure thing. The 1966 McLaren M10A was actually one of the early race cars that helped McLaren make a name for itself in formula racing. It was primarily used in sports car racing and could really show off the engineering prowess of the team at the time. Fun fact is that the M10A was powered by a Chevrolet V8 engine, which was quite a powerhouse back then, and gave the car a lot of speed on the track. It's like the early days of McLaren's journey to becoming a racing legend. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both of these cars from 1968, so we're talking about some serious vintage racing. The Crossell 15F has a reputation for being a nimble and well-balanced machine, perfect for tight corners. On the other hand, the Lola T190 is known for its smooth handling and a bit more power behind it. Honestly, I'd say the Lola might have a slight edge because of its reputation for balance and speed. But don't count out the Crossell. It could surprise us with its agility around Feldbergring's tricky turns. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Feldbergring with Dank Nuggins on pole in a classic 1968 Eagle Mark V. Buckle up, this is going to be a throwback race to remember. Dank Nuggins has taken an early lead, Crystal 33 is right behind in second, and Adam Flash is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Then A17 is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 21 cars. Beats with Kev is climbing fast, now in 10th after passing 4. Quiz 44 is also on the move, now in 11th after overtaking 5 cars. Ebony Shadow is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 20 cars. Chemic Media is also on the rise, climbing 20 spots to second. Bozo is making a strong move, overtaking 22 cars to claim third. The race is turning into a real game of leapfrog. New for Life is storming to the front, overtaking 22 cars to claim the lead. Vina 17 is making a solid push, climbing 4 spots to 20. Alex Has No Brain is also on the rise, gaining 4 positions to 21. Dank Nuggins just took the lead, claiming first place. Crystal 33 is hot on their heels in second. Adam Flash is climbing up to third. Looks like a tight battle at the top bow. Bozo is on a tear, overtaking 23 cars to take the lead. Dank Nuggins is right behind, not giving up that easily. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Gina Jones is racing a 1968 Surtees TS5. She's currently in 5th place, holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like she's just cruising along for now. Dank Nuggins takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Crystal 33 moves up to 2nd and is battling closely with Adenflash, who is in 3rd. The fight for 2nd is heating up. Crystal 33 is driving a 1968 McKee Mark 12 in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any daring moves. The race seems pretty calm for now. Thomas Moran is driving a Crossell 15F. He's currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Besignis Artbu is driving a Crossell 15F, a classic choice for balanced performance. They're currently in 19th place, so their race is a bit of a climb but not impossible. Relaxed View Gina Jones a nose to tail for 5th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now 15th. Maya and Seda Mojijames are locked in a close fight for 16th. Gina Jones is driving a 1968 Surtees TS5. She is currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is closing in on Rob Swizzle, chipping away at the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hot Bolognese just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Ingle, Nick Kringleberry and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 12th, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is climbing 2 spots to take the 15th position. Amy is also moving up 2 spots, now in 13th. Pina 17 advances 1 spot into the 18th. Thomas Moran is tearing through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 19 cars. Dank Nuggins and Thomas Moran are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. Ebony Shadow is closing in on Jim Maxiite, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Dank Nuggins is now in 1st place, pulling ahead. Crystal 33 has moved up to 2nd. New for Life is closing in on Thomas Moran, now just 5.3 seconds behind. Scott Dixon is closing in on Hermit Media, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the gap by 1.33 seconds. Scott Dixon is driving an Eagle Mark 5, starting in 6th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Zadamo Jemes just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Dank Nuggins is right behind and they're locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Dank Nuggins takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Crystal 33 is right behind, inching closer to the front. Adam Flash is also climbing, making a move into the top 3. Relaxed Few and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 5th place. Maya is climbing up to 14. New for Life is making a move to 24th. Budzo is racing a 1968 Lola T190. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. Wow. Dank Nuggins took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Well done. Congratulations to Dank Nuggins on winning the race. Well done on crossing the finish line first, proving once again that your AI driver has some serious speed. As for the drivers able to claim some sweet cars, Maya, you won the bet race, so you get to claim the classic 1968 Lola T190. A real beauty from the Formula 5000 crowd. Amy, you did the most overtakes today, so you get to take home a 1968 Eagle Mark V, also from Formula 5000. Looks like we've got some racing champions here. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, and we don't want anyone missing out on the action. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, we're diving into some classic racing here. The Williams FW12 from 1988 was a pretty solid car back in the day, known for its aerodynamics and reliability. On the other hand, the Ligia JS31st, also from 1988, was a bit of an underdog with some clever design, but maybe not quite as dominant in the racing world. Since we're talking about AI driving these vintage beauties on a modern track, the car's handling and aerodynamics will definitely come into play. I'd say the Williams, with its reputation for speed and stability, might have a slight edge over the Ligier. But hey, in the world of AI racing, surprises are just part of the fun. So, my money's on Tyler Drum's 31, and that sleek Williams to take a narrow lead. But don't count out Amy and her Ligier, because in the race of the bots, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Inner Lomas. Gina Jones is starting on pole in her classic 1988 Williams FW12-12. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the others will catch up. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Tyler Drum's 31 in second place. Amy is currently in third. The pack is still settling in, so expect some early fireworks. New for Life is climbing up to third place. Story Forge is also advancing to fifth place. Trifinity 3 and Story Forge are nose to nose for the fifth spot. Trifinity 3 is climbing up to fifth place. Violetta Mama is now in 8th. Maya and Lee Russell are nose to nose for 11th. Roger Bear 302 is driving in Arrows a 10B. He's currently in 14th place, so he's making some progress but still has work to do to catch the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry's Ozella F, a 1L, is currently in 10th place. Looks like he's holding steady but no real moves yet. Tyler Drum's 31 is holding the lead with a comfortable gap, while Amy is trying to catch up from behind. Looks like a classic battle of consistency versus speed. Gina Jones is leading in her Williams FW12, which is known for its aerodynamic design and reliability. She's maintaining a solid pace, and looks like she's in control of the race so far. Story Forge is driving a Dallara 3087. It looks like they're stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so their race isn't exactly thrilling so far. Mr. Roche is driving a Minardi M188. He's currently in the middle of the pack, just outside the top 10, and his fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like he's struggling to find that extra speed. Dan Fox 213 is driving a Zaxpeed 881, and they're holding steady in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit behind the leaders, so they might be saving some pace for later. Mr. Roche is driving a Minardi M188. He's currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, with a decent lap time but not quite challenging for the front. New for Life is racing a Ferrari F187 88C, currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not challenging for the top spot yet. Hingle Kringleberry is driving the Ozella F, a 1L, which is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're holding a steady pace but not making big moves. Roger Bar 302 is driving an Arosa 10B, currently in 14th place. Their fastest lap is 1:1:37.9, so they're holding steady, but not making much noise in the top ranks. Le Roussel just gained 1 spot, and is now in 11th place. Maya and Le Roussel are nose-to-tail fighting for that 10th place. Hingle Kringleberry and Violetta Mama are locked in a tight fight for 8th place. Maya is climbing up to 11th, inching closer. Roger Bear 302 is also on the move, now 12th. My position remains steady in the top 5. Amy is closing in on New for Life with that 1.6 second gain. Hingle Kringleberry just climbed 1 spot to 8. Violetta Mama and Hingle Kringleberry are nose to tail for 8th place. New for Life is holding a solid 3rd, and with the fastest lap, he's definitely pushing for a podium finish. Mr. Roche is driving a Menadium 188. He's currently in 15th place, just ahead of Uncle Tobin. His lap time is solid, but not enough to move up significantly. Wow, Gina Jones just took the top spot. Looks like she's got the speed and the style. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Gina Jones, you did it! Congratulations on winning the race! You definitely earned that top spot. And for our drivers looking to claim some awesome cars, New for Life, you got the fastest lap, so the 1988 Ferrari F1 8788C is all yours. Pippi Langstrom, you made the most overtakes, so the 1988 Ligier JS31 is your prize. Well done to both of you. Here's a fun fact for you. The classic Indy cars from the old days could reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour. And they managed to do this with bare-bones aerodynamics compared to today's machines. It's like watching a sleek rocket with old-school charm zoom around the track. Makes you wonder what kind of brain power those engineers had back then. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. Hingle Kringleberry in that shiny 1957 Curtis Craft 500B versus Gina Jones in the classic 1952 Kuzma Offie The Curtiss craft has a reputation for being nimble and quick during that era, but the Kuzma Offie is no slouch, either with its legendary engine. Honestly, it's a tough call because it's like comparing a well-aged wine to a slightly older but equally distinguished vintage. I'd lean towards Hingle just because the Curtiss craft often had better handling and aerodynamics for its time. But Gina's Kuzma Offie has that raw power that could surprise us all if she gets a good start. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. But if I had to bet, I might put my chips on Hingle just slightly edging out in the end. Alright folks, the race is underway at De Grandzenburg. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack, starting on pole in a vintage 1957 Curtiss Craft 500. Looks like we're in for a historic showdown. Fasten your seatbelts. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race right now. Gina Jones is holding second place. JC Productions is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. GC Productions is climbing up to second place. Knaveling and Rose Goldaming are nose to nose for fourth. Colmetwe and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for seventh place. Cobber and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Scott Dixon and Colmetwe are nose to tail for 8th place. Mine Nice and Papa Casey are locked in a close fight for 11th. Cobber is climbing up to 13th, gaining 1 spot. Rosegolka Ming is climbing up to 3rd place. Navling is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a second. Scott Dixon is moving up to 8th place. Hingle is holding a solid lead, but Gina is right behind in 4th. If Gina can find a way past the others, she might challenge for the win. Hingle McCringleberry is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just cruising to the finish. The track seems to favor the classic IndyCar models, especially the Curtiss Crafts, as they dominate the top positions. The tighter corners might be challenging for the older cars, but their speed on the straights keeps them ahead. JC Productions is driving a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady with a fast lap just shy of the leader's best. Not bad at all. Rosa Goldgaming is driving a 1952 Kuzma Offie. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 2 seconds, which shows they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. The classic IndyCar's cars are pretty evenly matched on this track, but the tight corners seem to favor those with better handling, like Pippi Langstrom and its Syrah. The track's technical sections are giving a slight edge to the more agile cars. Rodrigo Gamin is driving a 1952 Kuzma Offie. They're currently in third place, staying close behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is just slightly slower than the top times. Looks like a solid race so far. Wow. Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the checkered flag. Clearly the car really suited their style. And what a fantastic prize. A 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. A true classic in the racing world. Looks like someone might be feeling pretty happy about that win. Alright everyone. The countdown is nearly gone, so make your final picks now if you want your favorite to dominate the race. Don't say I didn't warn you when your choice is stuck in the back. Get those selections in before the clock runs out. Oh, this is a classic matchup. The Renault 5 Alpine is known for its nimbleness and agility, especially in tight corners. Meanwhile, the Porsche 356C has that legendary balance and smooth handling, but it's a bit older, so it might struggle for pace on a modern track. I'd say genus Porsche might have the edge in finesse, but the Renault's probably more aggressive and quicker in a straight line. It's a close call, but I'll put my chips on the Renault. Let's see if it surprises us all. Alright folks, the race is underway at Virginia International Patriot Reverse. Our star of Group 1, Pippi Langstrup, is on pole driving a classic 1979 Puma GTE. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Pippi Langstrup is leading the pack right now. Nova for Life is right behind in second place. Gina Jones is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for fourth place. Maya just slipped past someone to move into sixth. Looks like she's on the prowl. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race in a 1979 Puma GT. Looks like they're comfortably ahead, probably enjoying a smooth ride. No signs of trouble so far. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Amy is right behind in 6th, also up 1 position. Amy is currently in 6th place, driving a 1979 Puma GTE. She's just behind Maya and seems to be holding her position without much drama so far. Nonstop for Life just overtook Pippi Langstrump and is now in the lead. Pippi is hanging close, so this race is far from over. Pippi Langstrum's car is a 1979 Puma GTE, and she's leading the race. Looks like she's holding on to that first place pretty comfortably so far. Gina Jones is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place, 1 spot higher. Nonstop for Life is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone else pulls a miracle. Pippi Langstrump is leading the race in a 1979 Puma GTE. Looks like she's holding her position well, staying ahead of the pack. Nonstop for Life is leading in a classic Renault 5 Alpine from 1976 test. They're holding a solid pace and seem to be enjoying the lead so far. Amy is driving a 1979 Puma GT, same as Maya but slightly behind. She's holding her ground but needs a boost to catch up with the leaders. The track's tight corners seem to favor the early leaders with better lap times, while the Puma GTS are holding their own despite the twists. Nonstop for Life is holding a solid lead with a comfortable gap. Gina is trying to catch up but needs a mistake from the leader to have a shot. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Porsches and the Renault, keeping them close. The Puma GTs are hanging in there, but the reverse layout might be making overtakes tricky. Pippi Langstrum's car is a 1979 Puma GTE, and she's holding on to 2nd place. Looks like she's not giving up that spot easily. Amy's car is a 1979 Puma GTE, sharing the track with Maya's similar ride. She's currently in 6th place, just behind Maya, and her fastest lap is slightly slower. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders. Nonstop for Life is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Nonstop for Life is leading in a classic Renault 5 Alpine from 1976. They're pulling ahead with the fastest lap so far, and seem to be in control of the race. Not for life. He's cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Maya's car is a 1979 Puma GTE, and she's currently in 6th place. She's faster than Amy but still has some ground to make up. Looks like she's settling into a steady pace. Wow. Looks like Nunu for life just took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, congratulations to New for Life for taking the win. That was an impressive race. And hey, they've also snagged the fastest lap, so they get to claim the classy 1976 Renault 5 Alpine, a real vintage beauty. As for me, I managed to do the most overtakes today. I guess all those reckless moves paid off. I'll be claiming the 1979 Puma GTE, a perfect ride for someone who likes a bit of daring on the track. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see who wins next time. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your final choices before the cars hit the track. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite AI driver. Oh wow, what a matchup we've got here. On one side, we have Matthew Saurus Rex wielding the classic Tyrrell 07 from 1976, definitely a symbol of that era's racing glory. And on the other, Wei Fuan in the Ligia JS5, also from 1976, which was known for its innovative design. Honestly, both cars are pretty evenly matched in terms of age and era, but the Tyrrell 07 has a reputation for being a bit more balanced and handling gracefully through those vintage twists. So, if I had to make a playful guess, I'd say Matthew Saurus Rex might edge out just slightly, but this one's definitely a close call. Who do you all think has the edge when it's all about style and speed on this vintage track? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Österreichring vintage track. Uncle Tobin is starting on pole with his classic 1976 Tyrrell 007. Expect some nostalgia and maybe a little chaos as these vintage cars hit the track. Uncle Tobin is leading the race. Pippi Langstrup is holding second place, and Lithocarp is in third. Looks like a pretty interesting start so far. Queen Munda just overtook someone to take third place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Lithocarp for 4th. Looks like a tight fight for that spot. Lithocarp is really having a tough time dropping to the back of the pack. Elicitona 95 is climbing steadily into the top 5. Maya is making a move into the top 6, inching closer to the leaders. Pesky's just edged ahead of Amy for 8th place. Apex, Milkbag, and Mattheosaurus Rex are still neck and neck for 15. Zikopal and Mina Maistyla 21 are locked in a fierce fight for 17. Queen Manda just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Elitziton 1095 and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 4th. Mattheosaurus Rex is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 13. Hot Bolognese is on the rise, now in 17th place after overtaking 4 cars. Popcorn Slayer is right behind, also climbing 4 spots to take 18th. Waifuana is having a tough time, dropping 7 places to 21st. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Lemon Coat Games is sneaking into the top 10, just behind Gina Jones, who's climbing up nicely. Amy's really dropping back now, 7 places behind. Pesky's is inching closer to Betsmar, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up 1 spot to take 17. Its Therapair is narrowing the distance to Zikopal by 1 second. Those two are locked in a tight fight for 19th place. Bitsma and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Mattheosaurus Rex and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 10th. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 14. Maya and Elicitone 1095 are neck and neck for 5th place. Betsma and I are locked in a close fight for 6th. Popcorn Slayer and Amy are trading positions for 15. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place. Elitsitona 1095 has moved into 4th. And Maya is climbing into 5th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Elitziton 1095 and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 3rd place. Betsma just sneaked up 1 spot to 5th. Lithocarp is chipping away at its Therapary's lead, closing the gap by a whole 1.2 seconds. Scott Dixon and Queen Manda are nose to tail for 2nd place. Betsma just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Elitziton 1095 and Betsma are dueling for the same position, both pushing hard. Elizatona 1095 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Mill for Life and Apex Milk Bag are still nose to nose for the 13th spot. Popcorn Slayer's chipping away at Annie's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Betsma just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Elitziton 1095 And that's Martin is still neck and neck for fourth. Maya is closing in on Elisatone 1095, cutting the gap by over a second. The fight for fifth between Maya and Elisatone 1095 is getting intense. Wow, Uncle Tobin, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Well done. Wow, Uncle Tobin took the win. Congrats, you must be feeling like a racing legend right now. Well deserved. And hey, new for life, you're the overtaking king today. Claim that vintage 1976 Ligier JS5. A classic for a classic performance. Great job to both of you. Sure. A fun fact about the 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko is that it's designed to reach speeds of over 300 miles per hour, making it one of the fastest production cars in the world. And here's the kicker. It's built with a special gearbox called the Lightspeed transmission that can shift gears in less than 0.15 seconds. Basically, this car is like a rocket on wheels, but don't worry, it's still street legal. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down, and it's almost time to pick your favorite car. Make sure you choose quickly or you might miss out on the thrill of watching these AI racers do their thing. Don't wait too long. We want to see which one zooms to the top. Well, this is quite the matchup. The Zenvo TSRS is a beast with its raw power and aggressive design. But the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ is no slouch, either with its incredible aerodynamics and handling. Considering the track is Cadwell Park Woodlands, which has some tricky turns and elevation changes. The driver's skill and the car's agility will be key. The Lamborghini is probably more nimble and easier to handle in tight corners, but the Zenvo's raw speed might give it an edge on the straights. If I had to bet, I'd lean toward Hingle McCringleberry in the Zenvo, just because that car is built for those kinds of high-powered runs. But don't count out Ren Kaori and the Lamborghini. It could surprise us with some slick maneuvering. We'll see who comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Cadwell Park Woodlands. Leading the pack right now is Cthulhu Kachu, driving a 2013 McLaren P1 Day 1. Looks like we're in for a good one. Cthulhu Kachu is taking an early lead, with Scott Dixon right behind in second. I'm holding on to my seat because I'm in third place, trying not to get overtaken. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 6th place. Shadows 1 is also moving up to 7th. Gina Jones and Shadows 1 are nose to nose for 7. The modern street cars class is pretty competitive here, with a mix of high-performance models. Cadwell Park's tight turns and elevation changes favor nimble cars, which explains the close pack. The track's quirks seem to be keeping the faster cars from pulling far ahead. Pippi Langstrumpf and Fuso are neck and neck for 5th place. Shadows 1 is gaining fast, closing the gap by a second and a half. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 5th. Gina Jones is sneaking into 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Shadows 1 is climbing up to 7th place. Ren Kaori is inching closer to Gina Jones, closing the gap by a little over a second. Bozo is driving a 2015 Ferrari 488 GTB. They're currently in 7th place, which isn't bad but definitely room to improve. Looks like they're holding steady without any major drama so far. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take 4th place. Shadows 1 is climbing up to 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Shadows 1 is driving a 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko, known for its incredible speed and advanced aerodynamics. Looks like they're holding a solid position in the top 10, but no major overtakes yet. Shadows 1 just overtook Lithocarp, and now they are nose to tail for 5th place. The race is heating up in that midfield battle. Forzo and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 7th place. New for Life is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Gina Jones is in a 2014 Koenigsegg 1:1, known for its incredible power-to-weight ratio. She's currently in 8th place, but her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Ren Kaori's Lamborghini Aventadores Rioche is in 10th place and has the 2nd fastest lap time among the top 10. Looks like they're pushing hard, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Shadows 1 is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Lithocarp with a 1-second gap. Amy is moving up to 9th place. The modern street cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight turns seem to favor the more agile ones like the Zenvo and Koenigsegg's. The faster laps show that quick handling beats raw power here. Shadows 1 is climbing up to 3rd place. Gina Jones is closing in on Lithocarp and has chipped away 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is now in 4th place. Lithocarp has moved into 5th. Gina Jones climbs into 6th. The race is heating up. Well, look at that. Cthulhu Kachu has managed to cross the finish line first. Congratulations on your victory, I suppose. Wow! Cthulhu Kachu really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned that win. And a big shout out to Maya for securing the fastest lap, earning yourself the sleek 2019 Zenvo TSRS. That's a sweet ride. Shadows 1, you've done an amazing job with the most overtakes. Claim that 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko and show off those skills on the streets. Great racing, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next. Did you know the 1986 BMW M330 was originally designed for racing in the Group A category? It was actually built to meet homologation requirements, so every street version is essentially a race car in disguise. Pretty cool for a car that looks so modest, right? Alright everyone, grab your virtual steering wheels because the countdown is almost up. Make sure you pick your favorite before we dive into these wild AI race cars. Don't miss out on the chaos. Oh, this is a showdown of vintage charm versus raw Italian speed. Shoto Todoro. In that classic BMW M5 E28, has a reputation for solid handling and steady aggression. But let's be honest, it's more of a gentleman's cruiser than a race car. On the other hand, Scott Dixon behind the wheel of that 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO is bringing some serious turbocharged firepower. That Ferrari's got the edge when it comes to pure speed, especially on a track like Momello Rallycross. Given the car's age and their respective reputations, I'd put my money on Scott Dixon's Ferrari. It's got a bit more of that wild, aggressive racing DNA that could give it the upper hand here. But don't count out Shotaro Doroka 39's steady driving. Might surprise us all with some clever maneuvering. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Momello Rallycross, and it's a blast from the past. Pippi Langstrom is leading the pack in pole position. piloting a classic 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird. Let's see if she can hold on to that early lead. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Pippi Langstrumpf right behind her, and Shotaro Todoroki 39 in third place. Looks like a close start already. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a 1987 Rough CT R Yellowbird, same as the leader. Looks like he's holding steady in 9th place, not making much noise, but staying in the pack. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Idikshah Dewane is advancing to 4th. Gina Jones is moving into 6th. The race is heating up. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Hingo McCringleberry is slicing through the field, closing the gap on Gina by almost 2 seconds. Idikshah Dewane is climbing up to 3rd place. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 5th. Gina Jones just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gina are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. The vintage street cars are surprisingly close, but the track might be favoring the more agile models. The Yellowbirds are holding strong, but the Buick is hanging in there. The vintage cars are close in performance, but the track's tight corners probably favor the more agile models like the Porsche and BMW UEWA. The Yellowbirds are holding their own, but the Buick might be struggling with handling. Gina Jones is really closing the gap on Pippi Langstrumpf. Just a second now. Maya has climbed up 1 spot to 8th place, not bad at all. Amy is leading the race in a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, and she's holding a solid pace. Looks like she's maintaining her advantage with consistent lap times. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook Shotaro Todoroki 39 and is now in 4th place. They're nose to tail, so this could change any second. Gina Jones is driving a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, a classic German sports car known for its impressive power and handling. She's currently in 8th place, slowly climbing up but still a bit behind the leaders. Maya's driving the iconic 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, known for its speed and style. She's currently in 8th place, holding steady after starting 5th. Looks like she's keeping pace but hasn't made a move yet. Scott Dixon is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still chasing Amy at the front. Gina Jones is driving a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, a classic German sports car known for its speed and handling. She's currently in 8th place, just behind the leaders, and her fastest lap is a bit slower than the front runners. Looks like she's holding her own but needs a bit more to catch up. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, which is known for its impressive speed and handling. Looks like Hingle is holding steady in 9th place, not making any big moves but staying competitive. Idkik Shadawane is driving a Porsche 959, known for its advanced aerodynamics and quick handling. They're holding a solid 3rd place, staying close but not quite catching the leaders yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, the same as several others in the race. She's currently in 8th place, but her fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pace. Pippi Langstrup is driving a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, the same as many others in the race. She's currently in 5th place, but her fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but could use a little more speed to climb higher. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like you were born to win. Well done. Wow, Amy took the checkered flag. Big congrats to them. That was an impressive race. And shout out to Scott Dixon for snagging the fastest lap, so he gets to claim a sleek 1984 Ferrari 288 GT. Oh, that car is a true classic. Plus, Idek Shadowani, with the most overtakes, gets to claim a 1987 Porsche 959. That's a pretty sweet prize for all those daring moves. Great race, everyone can't wait to see what happens next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. It's the newest model in the list, so it likely has the latest technology and performance features that give it an edge on a track like Bajkarniki Oval. Plus, newer cars tend to have better aerodynamics and handling, which are pretty crucial in racing. The older Fords and Holdens might put up a good fight, but I think the ZB would pull ahead in the end. Alright, so we've got Violetta Mama in a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB and Wrath 92 in a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX racing on Bajkarniki Oval. Both are solid choices, but the Commodore is known for its smooth handling and modern tech, which could give it a slight edge. On the other hand, the Falcon has that raw power and a bit of an old school charm. If this were purely about which car is faster in a straight line, I might lean towards the Falcon for that extra torque. But the Commodore's agility could help it carve through corners better. So, I think it's a close call. But my bet is Violetta Mama's Commodore will squeak out a victory just because of that newer design and likely better maneuverability. What do you guys think? Are you feeling the same? Or is Wrath 92's Falcon going to surprise us all? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Bajkarniki Oval. Pippi Langstrup is leading the pack, starting on pole in the 2019 Ford Mustang in the V8 Supercars class. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the competition catches up. Podadzero has shot out in front holding the lead. Pippi Langstrom is right behind in second place, and Lynn Lilac is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ira Fade is climbing up to 6th place. Gina Jones is now in 9th. Hingo McCringleberry has moved into 11th. Rafael just overtook someone to take the 5th place. Aetherplasm is also climbing up to 6th. Deskies and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for the 6th spot. Looks like a tight squeeze. Deskies is climbing up to 6th place. Aetherplasm and Deskies are nose to nose for that spot. New for life. And I are locked in a close fight for 15th. Aetherplasm and Feskies are nose to tail for 6th place. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Maya and New for Life are fighting hard for 15th. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 6th place. Feskies and Aetherplasm are nose to tail for that position. Someone and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Deskies just snuck into 6th place. Move with Thorlife and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 14th. Violetta Mama is climbing to 20th. Violetta Mama and Dude Smoky Blunt are fighting for 19th. Scott Dixon is driving a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. He's currently in the 15th position, and seems to be struggling a bit with his lap times, nearly 2 seconds slower than the leader. Takido Kibre is driving in 2018 Holden Commodore CB. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place and a bit behind the pack. Maya is currently in 7th place. Amy and Lynn Lilac are still battling fiercely for 3rd. Takido Kibre just gained 1 spot and is now in 22nd. Rome Spider is driving a 28 Ford Falcon FG. Looks like their race is not going well with the slowest lap time and a position in the back half of the field. Timborghini Tuba is now in 16th place, closing the gap. Maya is right behind, ready to pounce if there's a mistake. Maya is trying to squeeze past RAF 92 for the 17th place. Timborghini Tuba is holding firm in 16th, but the gap is closing. Maya is now in 16th place, climbing up 1 spot. RAF 92 and Timborghini Tube are nose to tail for 17. The V8 supercars at Bikerniki Oval are creating tight battles with plenty of overtakes. The track's short and twisty nature favors aggressive driving and close racing, which explains the small gaps and frequent position changes. Rome Spider is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling a bit with pace, as their lap time is one of the slowest in the field. Dude Smoky Blunt is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Their race looks pretty tight with the others, just a little behind the main pack, hanging around the 19th place. Move for Life just overtook someone to climb into the 13th place. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 15. Who's gonna blink first? Wow, Badazzarar, you really sped your way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Badazzarar took the victory. Nice job making those moves and crossing that finish line first. Definitely showing everyone how it's done today. Congrats! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Silverstone Historic has lots of tight corners and fast chicanes, so a car that can stick to the road and respond quickly to driver inputs really stands out. Sure, top speed is nice, but being able to dart through those corners without losing time is what makes a difference here. Acceleration coming out of the corners is also crucial because there's not much room for error. Overall, a well-balanced car that can navigate the twists and turns with finesse wins the day. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on selecting your favorite AI racer. Let's see which car comes out on top. Wow, this is like a classic battle of the underdog versus the slightly more aerodynamic underdog. The Honda R106 is known for its agility, but had its fair share of struggles back in the day. Meanwhile, the Renault R26 is often praised for its balance and handling. Honestly, I think it could come down to who manages tire wear and cornering better at Silverstone. I'd lean slightly towards Pippi Langstrup given the Renault's reputation for handling, but Platigami surely has a few tricks up their sleeve. So, stay tuned, this could go either way. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Silverstone Historic. Leading the pack is Skex's Beau Prix in a 26 Williams FW28. Starting from pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others will surprise us. The race kicks off with Skex's Beau Prix leading the pack. Violetta Mama right behind in second, and Amy holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Jacobo and Platigami are nose to tail for 4th. Looks like a close fight there. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to find a way through. Skakes is Beau Prix, and Amy are still neck and neck at the front. Zikopal just made a move and is now in 4th place. But Platigami is right behind him, ready to pounce. Kaboomper is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Bibi Langstrom and Platigami are neck and neck for 5th place. Cap Holster just nudged up 1 spot to 8th. Scott Dixon is making a move and is now in 10th place. Gina Jones is also climbing up and is in 12th. Vodka Monin is gaining ground and is now in 13th. The race is heating up. Kaboomper is climbing to 7th place. Down to Quest is now in 16th. Down to Aquist and a Wildrino are nose to nose for 14th. Kaboomper just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Cloud Surf is 69 and Kaboomper are nose to nose for 6th. Scott Dixon is closing in on No Mew for life, cutting the gap by over a second. They are battling for 9th now. Scott Dixon and Mew for life are nose to tail for 9th place. Gina Jones is making a move up to 11th. Silver Gaming is chipping away at Looks Ravenous, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing to 9th place. KingTube 22 and Down to Quest are nose to nose for 15th. Silver Gaming is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Kaboomper and Platigami are nose to tail for 5th place. Mew for life just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Scott Dixon and Mew for life are locked in a close fight for 9th. Amy is now in the lead, just ahead of Skeksis Beau Prix. Kaboomper has climbed to 5th place, closing in on the top 4. The race remains tight at the front, with Amy and Skeksis Beau Prix battling it out. Silver Gaming is gaining ground on Zotsfired, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Move for Life and Cap Holster are nose to nose for 8th place. Awilrino and Botgamoning are locked in a close fight for 13th. Scott Dixon is really having a tough time, dropping 9 positions to 19. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. And I'm inching up 1 place to 11th. The race is heating up nicely. Avildrino is driving a Red Bull RB2. They're currently in 15th place with a decent lap time of 1:43.087. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Vodka Morning is driving a Red Bull RB2 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 43.289, so they're holding their own, but not quite challenging the top. Silver Gaming is closing in on Scott Dixon fast, now just 15.7 seconds behind. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose to nose for 9th place. Down to Quest and Bakamuning are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Zotsfied is climbing up one spot to 17th. Lady Gummy is holding on to 5th, but Pippi Langstrumpf is right behind in the 6th spot. Not much room for error, and Lady Gummy's lap time is a bit slower. Looks like a close finish coming up. Bakamuning is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is dropping back, now in 18th after losing 11 spots. Kabwooper is gaining on Sikapol, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled. Winning at Silverstone Historic is no small feat. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations! Wow. Amy really pulled through, didn't they? Huge congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. I think they might need a victory lap just for themselves now. Nice work! Alright everyone, just a quick heads up, the stream needs a tiny break for some maintenance. We'll be back in a few minutes with more crazy AI car races, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Grab a snack or relax for a bit, and I'll see you in a few moments.